Welcome, welcome, welcome. Cowboy fans, Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. As you come in, please don't forget to like, share, hit that notification bell. This is something new that I'm doing. I'm just coming right on, rather than the introduction with the 3 minutes of just a countdown. But again, welcome all of you, whether it be 2 or 2,000. We're still going to have a conversation about the Dallas Cowboys. A lot going on with the Dallas Cowboys. Been watching some talking heads again, been looking at some stats and different things like that. And there's a whole lot about the Cowboys that we need to discuss. And one of the things I want to encourage us with is we have to stop being a prisoner of the moment. I am just blown away about how our fan base, we are just a prisoner of the moment a lot of times. We can't see the forest for the trees. And there are people outside of us that can see this stuff better than us. And that's the crazy part. It's one thing when you talk about what you want to be, but it's another thing when you understand who you are. And when you understand who you are, then you can be everything that you want to be and need to be if you're willing to make the improvements. And my issue and my concern about this team and this franchise is we are in danger of continuing to do more of the same. More of the same. So today I'm going to talk about a topic that I put on the thumbnail. It's all about Mike. I mean, it is all about everything we're watching. It's all about Mike McCarthy. And it is insanity to me. It's crazy to me. And I'm going to explain to you why, so you don't think that I'm crazy. But I'm going to explain to you through evidence how insanely crazy it is. This is all about Mike McCarthy. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. It's crazy to me what we have going on with this team. I mean, maybe I'm the only, and I know I'm not the only one seeing like this, because I'm listening to stuff that Mike Fisher is saying, longtime Cowboy beat writer. I'm not getting my opinions from Mike because I disagree with some of the things that Mike says, but I'm noticing that Mike is saying some of the same things that I'm saying. Mike is saying some of the same things I'm saying, because I'm saying this, and then I listened to Mike Fisher this morning, and he's saying some of the same things I'm saying. This is insane to me what we have going on with this franchise. And we went from fire Jerry Jones, boycott the Cowboys, until we hit him in the pocket, he's not going to change, to all of a sudden now, it's like we're singing all the praises. Because I'm telling you at the end of the day, and I'm going to be talking about this in another couple of weeks, but if you're telling me that a lot of us have jumped back on the bandwagon and we're liking what we're seeing right now, well, I'm going to tell you, you owe Jerry Jones an apology. Because if you're saying that if we didn't have the injuries, then we would be a winning team, which it is more than likely, because I had even predicted before all of this stuff that this team would probably be about 11-5. I figured they'd be 11-5 because a lot of people don't understand this part of the schedule that we're in. This is the part of the schedule they were hoping to get in with Dak Prescott and all the starters because they knew this was the soft part of the schedule. It is. No matter how you slice it, it's the soft part of the schedule. All of these teams that we're playing going forward, or we have played in the last, ever since the Atlanta Falcons game, they had pretty much thought they could win those games. A lot of people were talking about they could win those games going after the Atlanta Falcons games. I mean, you're talking about the Commanders. That's a divisional game. You can probably win either one or two of those. The Philadelphia Eagles, you could probably win one or two of those because Dak Prescott is pretty much on the NFC East. They figured they could win if they even split those, and then they went down the stretch. They already kind of figured they were going to beat the Carolinas, the Tampa Bays. They kind of figured they were going to beat the Bengals. They figured they was going to do this. This is a very soft part of the schedule, no matter how you slice it. A win is a win, but it's a soft part of the schedule. And so some of the things that we're doing, even with Cooper Rush. I want y'all to understand, I keep telling you, you're not seeing anything different. You just think you're seeing something different. You're not. You're not seeing anything different. Someone posted on X today, and I thought it was pretty interesting because they are comparing Kellen Moore to Mike McCarthy. And they're basically saying that while people are acting like that Mike McCarthy is doing something incredible, they're saying that Kellen Moore was actually able to do the same thing with Cooper Rush. The same thing with Cooper Rush. And they were not talking about that in a glowing manner. They were basically saying that it's been the 2-touchdown average. I don't understand. People are not, some of us are not comprehending this. What we are doing is not sustainable against the good to great teams. You're not beating the good teams the way we've been. You're not beating the good to great. And I'm talking about the playoff teams. You want to know why we didn't beat Green Bay last year? I'm looking at a team, again, that has good players. My question is, though, when will this team become a team? And I'm telling you, a team starts from the owner down, not from the quarterback up. It starts from the owner down. Owner says, GM, do your doggone job. I'm putting it all on you. That's what I'm hiring you for. You're the general manager. I'll handle all this office, all this marketing stuff. I'll handle all of that stuff. You are going to get the personnel for this team. You're going to bring me the personnel. You're going to tell me what I need to do. This is what you hire a GM for. No, you're going to tell me what I need to do. I'm hiring you as the GM. You know why? Because you're smarter than me when it comes to personnel. I'm smarter than you when it comes to running the business. A team starts from the top down. Accountability starts from the top down. I'm accountable to the fan base. I'm accountable to the NFL as the owner. You're the GM. You're accountable to me. You report directly to me. You put yourself a team together. You go out. You scout these colleges. You keep your eye on free agency. You keep your eye on the draft. And when it all boils down to when we get to this point of the draft, free agency, trades, even contracts, I'm depending on you to put it all right here, lay it out in Google Gaga on the table and say, hey, owner, this is what I need you to do. This is what's going to win us, not the playoffs. It's not going to win us in the regular season. No, this is what's going to win us the Super Bowl. That GM, then The coach, him and the coach, they work together. The GM, though, is the personnel guy. The coach may suggest these are some players that I may want, or this is a player I think we need. The GM goes to his team, evaluate, tape, stats, anything else you want to name. And then he comes to the coach and says, I'm either going to do it or I'm not. The GM, he puts trust in the coach, depending upon who said coach is. He allows him to help build the team. And then the GM says, now, you do your doggone job. I gave you some of the players that you wanted. Because you're not getting them all, but I gave you some of the players that you wanted. And I gave you some key pieces that you wanted. Now you go out and you galvanize this team. And you turn these players, these good players, I need you to turn them into a team. Not everybody can do that. And the Cowboys, my problem is, I'm not a prisoner of the moment. Because I'm seeing the same pattern that I've seen with this team. It's the same pattern. It's the same pattern. And I said it yesterday, and I'm going to say it again. We need to ask ourselves some questions. These are some hard questions. Is Mike McCarthy motivating the team? I mean, is he motivating the team? Or is this team, there are so many questions about this team. There is a motivation to keep Mike McCarthy, but let me tell you why. I said it yesterday. People hate change. They hate change. Even if someone may be better for them, they don't want to change because they know that if someone comes in, even if he's better for the team, he's going to change things. He's going to change how they do things in the locker room, change how they do things on the field, change even how they do things off the field. He's going to change the plays. He's going to change the language. He's going to change out all the personnel coaches. He's going to change. People don't like change. I said this when Dak Prescott first came out about Mike McCarthy. Man, Dak's 31 years old. Dak doesn't want change. As much as I like Dak, Dak doesn't want change. And I'm going to tell you how I know Dak doesn't want change. One, I know Dak loves the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm going to put that right here to the side. But there's some other pieces to this too. Because people have been asking this question over and over and over. Why didn't Dak Prescott lead this team? I mean, it's funny to me how people always say, well, you know, Jerry signed Dak Prescott. Well, Jerry didn't have to sign Dak Prescott. And understand this, for all you people who keep hating about Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott didn't have to sign with the Dallas Cowboys. You know how I know? Because he had options. Someone says, oh, well, how do you know he has options? Because why would Jerry Jones pay him $60 million if he doesn't have options? Why? How do you go to the negotiating table and say, this is the contract I want, and you don't have options? See, some of y'all don't understand what that means. But when you have options, and when you can show and tell somebody you have options, and when you got the credentials, when you were second team All-Pro, MVP, runner-up, when everyone knows what their eyes, the reality is, Dak Prescott should have been the MVP because his numbers were astounding. Lamar Jackson numbers this year would be a better argument for last year, but they really were no argument for last year. Dak Prescott, hands down, was the best regular season quarterback. When you have a career year like Dak Prescott had last year, You can say, this is who I am. These are my options. Sign me or not. Dak Prescott had options last year, y'all. Dak Prescott had options. But he stayed here. One, I unequivocally believe he loves the team. He wants to retire as a Dallas Cowboy. But there's another side of this, and I like to call these things the dirty underbelly. Let's be 100% real. Dak Prescott don't want change. And sometimes a person don't realize they don't want change. But they don't. Because that change is going to require, hold on a second, I got to move out of Prosper, Texas. I got to sell my crib. I got to move my family. I got to go to another place. I got to get another place to live. I got to find my family another place to live. My team, I'm talking about his team, because I'm sure Dak has a team around him. He's got to work with his team differently, whether he is going to make sure they move or however they're all going to move with him. I'm talking about when you got talking about more than your agent, your publicist, and all of these other people you have working around you. Dak is a franchise in himself. Dak has businesses. Dak has investments. Folk don't understand, man, Dak is set for life. Dak was set for life before he even signed this last contract. Dak was one of the highest paid players in the league as it pertained to endorsements, because there was a time that Dak Prescott was literally in every endorsement. And that time will come again. Trust me. Believe me what I tell you. But I'm saying all of that. Dak don't want change either. He don't want change. No. I know he likes Mike McCarthy. But everything he was saying during the season, you can go back and check the channel. I talked about this. Dak was saying, I like Mike McCarthy as a coach, but I don't like his coaching. I don't like his coaching because Dak was complaining literally about his coaching. We're not practicing hard. What are guys doing when they're not in the building? That's head coach stuff. That's head coach stuff. That's not Dak Prescott. That's not the quarterback stuff. This is the very stuff Troy Aikman was talking about when he had his rant on the sidelines. I'm tired of being the one getting in everybody's faces. When are the coaches going to stop sitting on their hands and start coaching? Because some of us don't need coaching. While all of us need leading, we all need coaching to a degree. But all of us don't need the same type of coaching. Let me say it like that. Some of us need to be more coached than others, or coached more than others. And all of these things, I'm telling you, Dak can say anything he wants to. Dak didn't want change. That's a part of it. I'm not saying that's the major part of it. That's a part of it. It's human nature. J. Army, what's going on? Lord Nova, Quality Grass Guys, what's going on? What's going on, Marlon Brando? Wicked, what's going on? Hey, The Real Fan 1, Andre Mosley, appreciate all y'all. Daniel M. Hey, what's going on? I'm going to read your comments here in just a moment. I'm going to go all the way down. And so I'm saying all of this to say that I'm concerned about this franchise because we're applauding a coach. We're applauding and we're clamoring for a coach. You hear everybody keep saying, Mike McCarthy is a good coach. Okay, I'm not going to disagree with you because I will agree that Mike McCarthy is a good coach. But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me pull something up real quick. Let me ask you a question. So would anybody consider Doug Collins to be a good coach? Would anybody consider Doug Collins to be a good coach? Anybody know who Doug Collins is? Now, some of you who know basketball, y'all know where I'm actually about to go. Anybody know who Doug Collins is for the NBA? Coach for the NBA. NBA coach. Anybody know who Doug Collins is? Doug Collins was the coach of Michael Jordan before Phil Jackson. Would anybody disagree that Doug Collins, would anybody disagree? Is Doug Collins a good coach? Then let me ask you this. Is Phil Jackson a good coach, or is he a great coach, Hall of Fame, multiple championship winning great coach? Is he a good coach or a great coach? I keep hearing people say he's a good coach, but is he a great coach? Do y'all know Andy Reid is not a good coach? Andy Reid is not a good coach. Andy Reid is a great coach. We don't call good coaches, we don't call great coaches good. We use all kinds of other adjectives when we're talking about the greats. When we're talking about the goods, you ever notice what we call them? Yeah, man, he was good, man. Yeah. Yeah, he was good. Tell me anybody who's ever called Michael Jordan good. I'm going to tell you you're on drugs. Tell me somebody who has called Michael Jeffrey Jordan good. And I'm going to tell you on drugs. Tell me somebody who's called Kobe Bryant good. I'm going to tell you on drugs. And as much as I believe that Michael Jordan is the absolute GOAT, we'll have this conversation on another channel. Show me somebody who say that LeBron James is just good. I'm going to tell you you're on drugs, even though I consider Michael Jordan to be the GOAT. We don't call great players good. We don't. We don't call great players good. We don't call great coaches. We don't call great coaches good. I don't know. Maybe you do, but I don't. It's not in my vocabulary. Jimmy Johnson was not a good coach. No. He was a fantastic coach. He was a great coach, Hall of Fame coach, multiple championship winning coach, college championship winning coach. We don't call those coaches good. No, we call them great. And when we're talking about Mike McCarthy, I keep hearing people talking about, oh, he's a good coach. So you're telling me he's good. So is the goal good? Or is the goal greatness? Is the goal greatness? And I'm concerned because this franchise, this fan base, it's like we're becoming content with being good. Mike McCarthy has spoiled us. We were so inconsistent because even in the Garrett years, don't get it twisted now. Jason Garrett actually had some good years. The issue with Jason Garrett is Jason Garrett couldn't string them together continuously. He couldn't string them together continuously. That's Jason Garrett's problem. He was so inconsistent. He was up and down. He was the 8-8 man, but he had a couple of good ones in there. Mike McCarthy, what he has done is he has done what he did in Green Bay. He was able to string together winning seasons over and over and over. The problem is that people didn't like the fact that even though he was stringing together the wins with Aaron Rodgers, even had a 15 win season, didn't even go to the Super Bowl that season. They got tired of just being good. Bottom line. I mean, people can love it, like it, or hate it. It was the bottom line. And you think about it. Jason Garrett was here he was here from 2010 to 2019. I'm sorry, that's 10 years. So you think about Jason Garrett. So one of those years he came in a half of a season. So the reality is 2010 was a winning season for Jason Garrett. Let me show you this. I have this pulled up on the screen. See, sometimes we have to look at things in context because we become prisoners of the moment. See, the problem with Jason Garrett, he put together some good seasons, but Jason Garrett couldn't string them together the way Mike McCarthy has done it so far. He was 5-3. He had 8 games in 2010. He went 8-8, 8-8, 8-8. Now, I want y'all to understand something about Mike McCarthy and what he got the benefit of. What he got the benefit of. Watch this. Let me put you up on game. So 2010, 5-3. 2011, 8-8. Jason Garrett is helping to shape this team through his influence on the Joneses in the draft. He's building an offensive line. He's getting certain players on the team. This is Jason Garrett, 8-8, 8-8, 8-8, and 12-4. They got the number 1 seed this year, if I'm not mistaken. It was 2014. No, it wasn't 2014. It was 2016, I think, that was the huge letdown. They were 13-3, number 1 seed, and that's the year the New York Giants, because the Cowboys came in so arrogant. They came in so arrogant thinking they were going to beat the New York Giants. If I'm not mistaken, it's either 2014 or 2016, but I think it's 2016. And that's the year the New York Giants, if I'm not mistaken, they went to the Super Bowl and beat the New England Patriots. But if you look, he's got 1 winning season, 2 winning seasons, 3 winning seasons, 4 winning seasons in a row, and then he goes back to 8-8. He goes back to 8-8. Okay, hold on a second. Let me go back. 2014. I'm thinking, no, 2014 is the letdown season. Was Garrett here doing that Tom Coughlin Super Bowl? Because no, 2016, if I'm not mistaken, that's the catch season. Is that the catch season? No, let me make sure. Hold on a second. I'm going off the top of my head on this. I'm thinking the catch season was the 10-6 season, right? Yeah, I'm thinking, let's see. Let me get my facts straight. Some of y'all got better memories than I do. Y'all forgive me. Okay. The catch season is actually 2014. I may be going back, I may have my seasons mixed up. But I'm saying, so 2014, that is the catch season, correct? That's the Green Bay season. I'm sorry. That's the Green Bay season. That's the catch. So he gets the 12-4 season in 2014. I'm sorry. I'm forgetting about Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is the 2016 season because that's Dak Prescott's rookie season. Okay, y'all forgive me, and I'm getting up to speed. But this is all Jason Garrett. Jason Garrett, 12-4. 2015, 4-12. Now, I'm sure in what season is that? Again, that's 2015. Jason Garrett goes 4-12. Let me see here. Let me make sure my recollection is right. Because inside of all of this, Tony Romo is getting injured. There are injuries on the team. There are all kinds of things was going on. Okay. Tony Romo missed one game in 2014 with a back fracture and was out 12. And then he missed 12 games. What was that? 20. I'm just trying to make sure because something must have happened in order for Garrett to be 4-12 in that season. I'm going off the top of my head because I would have did the research on this beforehand. But what I'm saying is when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, Jason Garrett actually had winning seasons. Jason Garrett had winning seasons. Jason Garrett, if you look at it, Jason Garrett actually had 5 winning seasons. If you count 2010, his half season, he was 5-3. 2014, he's 12-4. 2015, he's 4-12. I guarantee you this has something to do with Tony Romo and injuries. 2016, Dak Prescott comes in. Dak Prescott comes in 2016. 2017, they're 9-7. 2018, they're 10-6. And then the disappointment was in 2019, they went 8-8. But then when you think about what happens when Mike McCarthy comes in, Mike McCarthy does have some players. He has Dak Prescott, of course. He has Zeke. Mike has some players. Mike comes in, and they're kind of rolling in the draft, and then it seemed like they kind of slowed down the last couple of years, but they were hitting on some pieces in the draft, still had some of them pieces left over from Jason Garrett, and so Mike is able to come in and get some consistency to the point to where they're winning, they're winning the winnable games. Because to me, this has been a staple of Mike McCarthy. They win the winnable games. They win the winnable games. This is Mike McCarthy's MO. Mike McCarthy's MO. He's great at doing that. He will win the winnable games. But then the problem becomes, and this started being even a problem in Green Bay. This is why Mike McCarthy was only able to achieve one Super Bowl. He's only able to achieve one Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers because he's not winning the big games. Now, someone says, well, that onside kick against the Seattle Seahawks. And we start talking about those types of things, right? But hasn't those same things been happening with the Dallas Cowboys? Some of those same types of things happens with the Dallas Cowboys with Mike McCarthy. And it's always like he just can't quite pull it off in the big games. Whether it be something on defense, whether it be something on offense, whether it be a penalty. I mean, and we know he has been in the league's worst as it applies to penalties. And I'm saying all that to say, keeping Mike McCarthy, we're going to see some of the same things. The same things. The only way, to me, that Mike McCarthy is going to be able to get over the hump with the Dallas Cowboys is that Jerry Jones is going to have to absolutely force Mike McCarthy's hand in doing what needs to be done for this team to for this team to win. And you know one of the things he's going to have to do? I believe that Jerry Jones, and I don't know if it's going to be possible now, but the honest truth is, let me see where we are now, because what are we now? We're number 15. We're out of Ashton Genty's range. Ashton Genty is no more. We don't even need to talk about that no more in the draft. Cowboys will not get Ashton Genty. There is no way that any other team lets Ashton Genty get the number 15. But I do think that Jerry needs to go out in the first round. Now, y'all follow my line of thinking. You go in the first round, and I know people say they don't want to do this. You go in the first round and you get a running back. Why am I saying this? Why am I saying go in the first round and get a running back? Because you're sending a message to Mike McCarthy. You better run the ball. Period in the story. You better run the ball. I'm telling y'all what we saw in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. I think Mike may have saw something. I think that what he saw. But make no mistake about it. It's not the Tampa Bay game I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with the Cincinnati Bengal game. See, I'm not like everyone else. I'm not a prisoner of the moment. Rico Dowdle, midway through the fourth quarter, first play of the drive, rattles off a 14-yard run. He was unstoppable against the Cincinnati Bengals. Period. End of story. We can make up anything we want to. He could not be stopped. And Mike McCarthy only persisted after that to put the ball in the hands of Cooper Rush and let him go incompletion after incompletion after incompletion and lose that game. Even after they got the ball back, with time on the clock, he still wanted to throw the ball because it's in Mike McCarthy's nature. He wants to throw the ball. He doesn't want to run it. He wants the West Coast offense to be his running game. I'm going to tell you something. The West Coast offense fits Cooper Rush to a degree. It's not sustainable against the good teams. Cooper Rush won't make it even with the West Coast offense against the great teams, the playoff, the Green Bays, those guys. He won't make it because they have the better quarterbacks and they can overcome the Dallas Cowboys 20-point average with Cooper Rush. They can overcome that. They can score the 27s. They can score the 34s like the Houston Texans. I don't even consider them to be a good to great team. They can score the 34 points. The Philadelphia Eagles, I don't know what they're going to do this Sunday. Jalen Hurts we don't know if he's going to clear concussion protocol. But with Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, the Philadelphia Eagles, not only can they turn you over, they can turn you over and they can get the 30 and 34 points, which has been the threshold with Cooper Rush. It is the threshold with Cooper Rush. 2 touchdowns. That's the threshold. And anytime there's 30 points, there is either some special teams play or there is some play on the defense where they get those extra points. But if it just comes down to all those things wash out, can your quarterback do what we've seen Dak Prescott do consistently on this team in those 3 12-win seasons? Dak Prescott, even when the defense failed, Dak was still able to put up 30 points on the opposing team. I showed it yesterday. I'll show it later on again in this stream. For people who say this team is better with Cooper, they're not. No, Dak puts up consistently 30, 40 points on other teams, even when the defense is not playing well. You're never going to get that with Cooper Rush. And everyone knows it. You're never going to get that. If the defense is not playing well, if they're not helping him with turnovers, if the special teams aren't kicking field goals, we saw this against Philadelphia in the first game. If he's not getting tremendous help, he's not going to win games for you. But we know Dak Prescott can still win games for you in spite of those things. And so that West Coast offense that fits Cooper Rush to a degree, it's not sustainable against the teams like the Green Bays, the Minnesotas, the Detroit Lions, the Philadelphia Eagles. It's not sustainable. They'll eat that stuff for lunch and they'll throw them out. They'll throw the trash out. There's a reason why Mike McCarthy can't beat his old team, Matt LaFleur. He's way too clever for Mike McCarthy. He's way too innovative for Mike McCarthy. Y'all might not realize it, but Mike McCarthy is not showing us anything he hasn't showed us before. Jerry needs to make a statement to Mike McCarthy. You go out there, you get a running back in the first round, and you make him run the ball. Because I'm telling you, what we saw against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is not sustainable. And we know it because it didn't work against the Cincinnati Bengals. Because also another issue when you're playing, and this is not innuendo, it's just the cold hard facts. When you're playing with a quarterback, and this is why people don't understand, it's not about Cooper Rush. It's about any quarterback. Unless your defense is absolutely lights out, and I'm talking lights out like the Baltimore Ravens with Joe Flacco, Baltimore Ravens with Joe Flacco, unless you can get your defense to be lights out like that, you're not going to be able to win games because they're all going to be close. They're all going to be close. And we don't realize when you look, and again, when you look at this stint that we've had with Cooper Rush, it's not sustainable against great teams. See, we couldn't pull this off against the Philadelphia Eagles. We couldn't pull this off against the Houston Texans. We were able to pull it off against the Commanders, but think about that game. It was so fluky. It was so close towards the end. It took a very crazy, fluky ending to win the game. New York Giants, game was way closer than it should have been. And this isn't just with Cooper Rush. I'm telling you, this is not just a Cooper Rush issue. This is a Mike McCarthy issue. Because even before Micah Parsons got hurt, even before D-Law got hurt, even before Dak got hurt, they played this same New York Giants team. Y'all remember that early in the season? It was 2015. It was 2015. We didn't know, we don't know what happened. Mike McCarthy regressed in the play calling. He went away from the Texas Coast offense and he went back to a pure West Coast offense. Well, we don't have the receivers for that pure West Coast offense. Y'all saw what happened in the second half of the Tampa Bay game when CeeDee Lamb sat out? It died. It absolutely died. We don't have the receivers for it. And with Cooper Rush, it's only going to be good enough against good to below average teams. But you're not beating the great teams with that. You're not even beating the better than good teams with that. They'll destroy that junk. They'll catch on to it eventually. And even with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, CeeDee went out. And then even when CeeDee came back, Tampa Bay kind of squashed it. Defense rose to the occasion. But you look at this. Even in this game, it was 2017. Even though Dak Prescott forcing the ball, he forced a couple of throws downfield, got greedy, wouldn't take what they gave him. He wound up having to win the game at the last minute of 2017. But again, look what happened when we played a good team. They ate that stuff up. It's not working. Any of that stuff, it ain't working on these good teams. It's fool's gold what we're watching. It's not working on these good teams. It didn't work on the Lions. Didn't work on the 49ers. Didn't work. Had a debacle that game. I'm convinced. No one can convince me otherwise. Don't believe Rico Dowdle was hurt. I think his feelings was hurt, but I don't think he was hurt. It has come out now that what was going to transpire in that game is that they were going to let Zeke be the starter. And Rico didn't like it. And if I'm not mistaken, they were even saying that they were even considering Rico being inactive. Something wasn't right about that whole thing, but it was all about Zeke. Zeke complaining to Jerry and then Zeke getting a start. But the 49ers beat us. The Falcons, they beat us. We tried to do that dumb. Everyone was wondering. Brian Broaddus was talking about it. Why are we doing these short passes? West Coast. Mike talking about we want to control the clock and go and do long drives. No. The Atlanta Falcons had shown a propensity all season long. The seams were wide open. You could go down the field. Just call the plays. Mike called a fake punt in that game. Dak Prescott got hurt in the story. Eagles. None of this junk is working against these teams. It's just not working against these teams. And you'll notice in the games that you're winning, these games were all close. They're all close. That's what you're going to get with a quarterback that can only get you 2 touchdowns. Best game was the Panthers, quote unquote. Buccaneers game. You see what happened? Again, we're winning games by a single play almost because of our play the whole game. It's coming down to one play. It's coming down to a drive. I mean, this is what we're watching. You don't get that with Dak Prescott. You don't get that when Mike McCarthy is calling things the right way. Calling a game for Dak Prescott versus calling a game for Cooper Rush is two different things. It's two different things. And if I'm Jerry Jones, that's really one of the issues I also have with Mike McCarthy. But I'm saying all of that to say we're seeing the same thing with Mike McCarthy. We're not seeing anything different. We just think we're seeing things different because we got so tired of losing. And now that we started winning, we're putting all these things that continue to show you the tendencies of Mike McCarthy and the things that we have got with Mike McCarthy over the last 3 seasons. It's the same old, same old. And the thing that is so appalling to me, we're saying that the team hasn't quit on Mike McCarthy. How can they quit on Mike McCarthy when half of them don't have contracts anyway? They would be dumb to quit. Jordan Lewis would be dumb to quit. Because he may not be here next year. He's due for a payday. Jordan Lewis may not be here next year. He's got an incentive to play hard. Rico Dowdle has an incentive. Kevontae Turpin, an incentive. Do we not realize Deron Bland is about to come up on a contract? He has an incentive. Mike Zimmer, you might not realize it. He don't have a contract either. He has an incentive. Y'all notice how the secondary play is improved? Can we say Al Harris? He has an incentive. I might not be coaching here next year. Everyone on this team has an incentive, and we're making it all about Mike McCarthy. Strange to me how we don't take context into consideration. But Jerry Jones has made it all about Mike. We're about to play some clips. I'm gonna read your comments, and then we're gonna listen to some clips. Because I don't want you to think that I'm just telling you things based off of my opinion. No, I'm telling you things based on facts. It's the same thing I'm telling you with Jason Garrett. Jason Garrett was here for 10 years. But we act like Jason Garrett just had all these bad seasons. Jason Garrett was a 500 coach. Half of those he was above 500. I think it was a .559 winning percentage or something like that. And so with Mike McCarthy, we've gotten these 12-win seasons. But watch this. Y'all ready for the thriller? Have we gotten any further with Mike McCarthy? This is all coming top down. And my problem is, and my concern is, Mike McCarthy has now blended in with the regime, the ownership. He's a yes man. And Jerry Jones, I'm about to let you hear everything about Jerry Jones is concerning me now. Because Jerry Jones, I'm realizing something about Jerry. Jerry is about winning. It's funny, I was listening to Cowboys Report by Chat, and I was listening to him, and a lot of people, they get mad when you start talking about Cooper Rush, but he was saying the same thing. He's a backup quarterback. And anybody with sense understands what they're doing with Cooper Rush is not sustainable. Unless you're literally about to go in the draft and go into free agency, which he's not going to be the quarterback anyway. But just imagine if he's going to be the quarterback, then they would have to definitely go in free agency. They could not play in free agency. They would have to go into free agency. And they would have to play on the offensive line, defensive line, linebackers. I mean, they'd have to beat that defense up even more. Defensive end, cornerback. I mean, they better make for sure there's nothing short when it comes to Cooper Rush. I got another issue on that too, and I'm going to bring that up in a moment. But I don't know if y'all remember the other day, I brought up something about Bobby Belt. And Bobby Belt said something about Jerry Jones about Jerry Jones, that now after going back and doing some research, Bobby maybe he didn't catch on to something that happened in Jerry's post-game press conference, but I'm about to reveal you something that's very mind-blowing. Before I go read the rest of the reach comments, let me go to Keity Boy. Keity Boy, what's going on? Appreciate that $1 super chat, man. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Let's go to your comments. I'm probably going to be behind on some of them. Jay Army said, do you think Cooper Rush will be back next year? You know what? I was wondering this morning. Will he be back? Let me read the rest. Will he be back next year? And also, have there ever been a backup that was always a backup make the Hall of Fame ever in the NFL? No career backups. I'm sure there's no career backups ever made the NFL, because there has been some show enough extremely good backups in this league. Some of these guys probably could have been starters places, but as far as I know, there has been no career backup, because you're talking about a career backup quarterback. I don't know of any career backup quarterback that has ever made the NFL. There is probably I don't think so. I don't think so. But to your first question, I was already wondering this morning. Because in the grand scheme of things, if you're going to bring back Mike McCarthy, I can't even say it. I would say bring back Cooper Rush. I think the reality is, though, this is really how you have to be thinking if you're the Dallas Cowboys. As much as I like Dak Prescott, I think you do have to consider we need to bring in a really good backup next season. I'm not talking about a Cooper Rush backup. I'm not talking about that type. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not talking about the Cooper Rush type. Cooper Rush is the backup that can get you if there's 8 games, he can get you 4-4. He can get you 5-4, 4-5. If it's 17 games, he could get you 9-8, 8-9. I mean, if you're lucky, 10-6. But he's not going to get you everything we've seen with him. He's not going to get you that if your quarterback goes down, Cooper Rush isn't that quarterback that can get you to the Super Bowl. And to me, one of his shortcomings is his pocket presence. There's a reason why he has to get the ball out quick. He's a sitting duck in the pocket. I mean, he's just not going to get you anything from that perspective. I think you're going to have to do something like this. You got to get a quarterback like a Sam Darnold. I mean, you really do. If we don't know Dak, there's good news on Dak. I'll be reporting on that later on this week. Everything's looking good. Dak's doing a lot of work. He says he's going to be doing upper body work. He's also working on his legs. He'll be building muscle in that right leg in particular he was talking about. But they're saying everything is on track. And it's so funny because everyone was talking about, this is an 8-month injury. And Dak, they're already saying Dak will be back for training camp. No problem. No problem. I hope he's not coming back too early like a lot of these Cowboy players seem to do. But with all of that being said, as much as I like Dak Prescott, I think you need a backup that's better than Cooper Rush. I think you need a backup that can really get you more than 2 touchdowns a game. You need a backup that can come in. You need a guy that can come in and get you multiple touchdowns in a game. You need a guy like that. I mean, you look at what you look at what Sam Darnold has done this year. I mean, he's 3,776 yards, 32 TDs. I mean, if you look at the games that Cooper Rush has even played, he's nowhere close to that trajectory. I mean, he's nowhere close to that trajectory. I mean, Sam Darnold, one thing you can say about Sam Darnold, man, he has been pushing this ball down the field. He has been pushing, and he does have Justin Jefferson. So he does have a lot of weapons around him. So we'll give him that. But when you watch him play, he's playing a lot different than Cooper Rush. I mean, you look at his passing yards average per pass, 7, 12, 7.6, 9.7, 6.3, 8.5. I mean, he's doing this on a regular basis. Now, we got the last couple of games, Cooper Rush, as his percentage going down the field, it has definitely went up in the last 2 games. He has definitely a higher completion percentage in the last couple of games, so we're not going to take that away from him. But Sam Darnold, I mean, anybody that's been watching what Sam Darnold's been doing, I mean, he's been doing this very dynamically. But at the same time, I will say, when you look at who he has back there playing for him too, I mean, he's got Aaron Jones in the backfield. I would consider Aaron Jones to probably be better than a little bit better than Rico Dowdle, and maybe a lot better than Rico Dowdle. But the other part of this, you know, the other difference with Minnesota, I think their coach is a better play caller. I think his coach is an absolute better play caller. So for me, I just think the Cowboys, they need to consider next year getting a better backup quarterback, if that's possible, than Cooper Rush. But I'll give you the flip side on Cooper Rush too, Jay Army. I'm really to the point. I don't want Cooper Rush to be a backup. I want Cooper Rush to go somewhere and be a starter. I would like for Cooper Rush to, I would like for a team like the Las Vegas Raiders bring in Cooper Rush. Let him be a bridge quarterback for you. Even though I think they're going to wind up getting Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is not going to sit the bench. But I would like to see, is there a team? Y'all tell me, what team out there? Because the way the climate looks right now, I don't know if there's a team out there that would allow him to come and be the starting quarterback. I don't want him to be the backup becoming the starter. No, I would like to see, can Cooper Rush go to a team, be the starter the whole year, and they build everything around him? Can he win? I mean, I really don't know right now if there's a team that is actually going to allow something like that to happen. I mean, looking at all 32 teams, maybe the New Orleans Saints. Maybe the New Orleans Saints. The New York Giants are going to get Cam Ward, I believe. Maybe the New York Giants could draft Cam Ward. Let Cooper Rush come in and be the starting quarterback. Let Cooper Rush be the mentor and the bridge quarterback for Cam Ward. I would love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. Maybe the Tennessee Titans. I mean, you got the New York Jets. Aaron Rodgers might not be back there. I mean, I would love to see Cooper Rush. I mean, I don't know. Does a person want to be a career backup? I mean, I would like to go to a team to where I can say that the team is mine. I mean, that's what I would like to do. Quality Green Grass says, love your show. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. You're very real, knowledgeable. We didn't beat Green Bay because we don't have a quarterback that can battle great quarterbacks. If our defense doesn't show out against good teams, we can't win. It's been proven time and time again. I agree with your second part, but I think Dak Prescott could have battled Green Bay. But if you're going to let him go against Green Bay with one hand tied behind his back, basically with one wide receiver, and if I'm going to take that wide receiver away, it's a done deal. And then Dak Prescott, the thing that makes me mad about Dak Prescott is that Dak Prescott will continue to try and force balls to CeeDee Lamb. Well, you're going to have a hard time. But Dak Prescott has already shown, even when that defense doesn't show up, Dak has shown up. But, Marlon Brando, let me also go towards this. It's not just when the defense don't show up. Mike McCarthy has done this even with Green Bay. He can't get past these teams. It's very rare. One Super Bowl, he could not get past the good to great teams. He got outmatched. He got outdueled. And they got extremely tired of Mike McCarthy. You have to explain to me, why would Green Bay let go of a coach with a winning record? Explain it. I can explain it. Because we're seeing the same thing. We're seeing the same thing. I just don't think Mike McCarthy, at the end of the day, no matter what Jerry Jones has been doing, I just don't think Mike McCarthy is a motivator of men. And he's very stubborn when it comes to what he wants to do as a play caller. He loves the West Coast offense. He loves it. And the problem is, it's just not sustainable. It's just not sustainable against some of these better teams. It's just not. Wicked says, hello, G to everyone. Merry Christmas. Yes, sir. Santa, bring me a seamless win and all black Ford Super Duty and Shredder Ranger in my bed. Thank you. Get likes up, y'all. Get the likes up, y'all. It sounds like you're going to get that truck because you talking like you're going to get that truck. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Marlon Brando. Merry Christmas, everybody. McCarthy is better than a lot of coaches in the league and the best coach they have had since Jimmy Johnson. It looks like players are playing hard for him, so yes. So this is actually my problem, real fan. And I'm going to say this after I play the video. But hold that thought. You said they're playing hard for him. That's my problem. The motivation is we're saying they're playing hard for him, while at the same time, contextually, we have to understand so many of these players don't have contracts. What other choice do they really have? I mean, what other choice do they have? They have to play hard. Because some of them, if they don't, I mean, what are they going to do? But then on the flip side of that, I do believe that that is some of the motivation. And that, again, for me, is a problem. He's not a motivator of men. They're motivated. And the question is, why do they want to keep him? Is it because they're winning with him? Could be some. Or is a part of it too, like Dak Prescott, they don't want change. People don't like change. They don't. Because you change, you bring in a new system. People don't like change. You bring in a new coach, he may be way more strict. Jerry may give him a little bit more power. Or even if Jerry don't give him power, he may be still willing to talk noise to you. And some of this, I think it's not just Mike McCarthy. I think it's a combination of all of these things. But my problem is, and where Mike McCarthy has really got me like, something's not right about this. It's like he's relishing in the fact that they've made it or the talk is all about him. But my question is, and I'll elaborate on this more, Real Fan One. Appreciate that comment. So why didn't they have this same energy in the 12-win seasons? Why didn't they have that same energy? You're telling me you want the coach to stay, so you're leaving it all out on the field. But you couldn't leave it all out on the field when it wasn't about your coach, but when it was about winning championships. So that's what you're telling me. That's what we're telling me. I'm going to elaborate on that more. I got more to say on that in a moment. Andre said he needs to go. I'm with you. Andre said, why can't Will McClay be the GM? Why can't Will McClay be the GM? He might be a good GM, but Jerry never changes or give anyone a chance at the GM because he thinks he's smarter at knowing football than anyone. It's ridiculous. I hope this is the last year on his contract. Everything I'm hearing, this is the last year on his contract. He's got a kid over here in the DFW area that's about to graduate. Probably going to go off to college. I wish another team would hire Will McClay. See, y'all got to understand something even about Will McClay. He's the epitome of what I'm saying. Will McClay doesn't like or won't change either. And what I mean by that is we turned down a job because it was our son's last year in high school. And when you change a child's senior year, all the people they've grown up with and came up with, and there's so many things, you change that child's whole atmosphere if you do that in their senior year. And so a lot of times we'll make sacrifices because we're like, no, we don't want to mess this up. I mean, there's so many things going on, so many things in the dynamics, teachers, grades. I mean, there's just so many things. Will McClay, I think one of the reasons why he has not changed is because of his kid. But once they graduate, who knows? Will McClay might say, man, there's another team that wants me to be the GM. I'm going to take a shot at it. I would love to see Will McClay go somewhere else. Because you're 100% right. I believe Will McClay would be doing an even better job if he was somewhere else. If he was somewhere else, I think he'd be doing even a better job. Marlon said, I get why they want to keep Big Mike. Dak would need to learn it. Yep. Exactly. They don't want the change. They don't want the change, even if the change could be for the better. But watch this. I'm about to counteract this point about change. Do you see what happened with Mike Zimmer? How's that looking now? Mike Zimmer is on the verge of looking better than Dan Quinn. And you know why this defense is just now getting the scheme? I don't think it's because the scheme's hard to learn. We were hearing this all through the moment they got Zimmer. Him and Micah Parsons, they're going to butt heads. And I think a part of it was Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs didn't like the scheme. They didn't like the scheme. They didn't like the change. But sometimes the change that you don't want is better for you. And I think Zimmer, if he stays here, I think Zimmer is going to make Micah Parsons even better than what he is now. I think he's going to make him even better. Let me read this super chat. Jay Recruiter, what's going on? Merry Christmas. He says Cowboys need a backup like Fields or a Baker Mayfield. Donald is about to be paid. Yes, sir. Donald is about to be paid. And if I'm not mistaken, he's already getting paid as it pertains to backup money. But yeah, man, Donald's about to get paid. He is. Unfortunately, he's not going to be the quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings because I think they have their quarterback. I mean, Sam Darnold mess around and get them to the NFC Championship game or get them to the Super Bowl, he may remain the quarterback. He may remain the quarterback. The Real Fan 1 says, do you really want to take a chance on get another Shane Gailey or Dave Campo? If McCarthy improves, he's really a good coach. But This is what I'm pointing out, Real Fan One. He hasn't improved. That's the fool's gold. He hasn't improved. Winning will blind us. Winning will blind us. We're looking at the wins. We're not looking how we're winning. And how you're winning is important because how you're winning will tell you, can you sustain winning like that? You want to know why we're not in the playoffs? Let me tell you again. These two teams said no. Bull junk what you're doing. The Commanders game, you know how we won that game? A missed extra point. That game is about to be totally different. The Commanders don't have to kick an onside kick. They tie that game up 27-27. It's right where Dan Quinn wants it. We're going to put this thing in the hands of Cooper Rush. He's going to have to drive this ball down, and he's going to have to score, either get them in field goal range or score a touchdown. And then we're going to come back, and we're going to get the ball. And Jaden Daniels is going to score us either a field goal or a touchdown. I would have loved to see that game. But that's how that game ended. A very fluky play. We needed a very great play from DeMarion Overshown to actually take the lead in the Giants game. You're always going to be winning close to the vest with the way Mike McCarthy has been calling games. You know why we didn't win against the Cincinnati Bengals? Because the game was so close. One mistake by special teams. Mike McCarthy, the Cincinnati Bengals. Our defense got back on the field. They couldn't stop Jamar Chase. Our offense got back on the field with plenty of time. What happened? They couldn't score. They couldn't score against a terrible Bengals defense. A terrible Bengals defense. That stuff is not sustainable. Panthers flat out beat them. 4 turnovers, 6 sacks. You're going to beat a lot of teams like that. Buccaneers, do we not realize we held on for dear life? It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. And what we are seeing with Mike McCarthy, even with Dak, when Dak is scoring a plethora of points, when we get to those really good teams, Mike can't coach us over the hump. He can't coach us over the hump. Some of this is coaching. It's situational football, and we've seen it all through the season. Mike is terrible at situational football. We've seen it over the last 3 seasons. You want to know why we only have 2 playoff wins? I mean, as good as we've saying he's been coaching, we got 2 playoff wins. Some of it has been some situational football. Some of it has been situational football. If we keep Mike McCarthy, it's going to be, I believe, more of the same. Not saying we're not going to win, because I think we'll win games. I just don't think we're going to win the big games. Marlon says, I think it was more about Jerry Jones not having options than it was about Dak having options. I don't think so. Jerry had options. You know the greatest option that Jerry had? So let me ask you this, Marlon Brando. So our record right now is currently what, 7-8? The record is currently 7-8. Dak Prescott hasn't played, kind of like half the season? Let him walk. You're probably going to get the same similar outcome. Probably would have been worse with the way Mike was calling the games, but I digress. You're not making the playoffs. You have the greatest option of all. Let him walk. You would only have to eat that contract for 2 years. You got Cooper Rush on a 2-year $5 million deal. You could have went to Cooper Rush. Hey, Coop, tell you what, we're not going to re-sign Dak Prescott. We're going to extend you an extra year. Instead of giving you 5 for 2, we're going to give you 10 for 3. Heck, we'll even give you 15 for 3. $10 million guaranteed. And if you can prove that you can get this team further than Dak Prescott, we'll be talking about a bigger contract in another 2 years. Why didn't they do that? No, Dak had options. There's no doubt about it. Dak had options. Because if you don't have options, I don't care if you don't have options, I don't care if Jerry doesn't have, quote unquote, as many options. The one thing you're not going to do is make me sign you to $231 million when you don't have anyone else who's going to pay you that money. You don't have anyone else who's going to pay you that money. You better understand, Marlon Brando. There's a reason why I'm telling y'all better get ready, and all of us better get ready. I'll be shocked if Brandon Aubrey hits that field for the Dallas Cowboys, even in the training camp. Brandon Aubrey, after this season, will not hit the field for the Dallas Cowboys again because his agent is Todd Francis. And if Jerry don't come off that money for Brandon Aubrey, I mean, with the money that he's actually paying Brandon Aubrey won't be kicking here. He will not be kicking here. Todd Francis is a mastermind. You're not getting that kind of money without options. Dak had options. I hope the Cowboys can bring back Chauncey Ghost and OC. Hey, man, I'm going to tell you about OC Digazua, man. Kitty boy, we better get ready. That dude done played himself out of a contract with the Cowboys. Because if the Cowboys, even if they get $120 million, watch how fast that $120 million cap space is going to get ate up. We're not even talking about Golston yet. Also, Odigizua, how much we think he worth? How much we think he worth? He going to eat up some of that cap. Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis is probably top 5 slot corner in the league. Jordan Lewis is about to get paid. I mean, I just don't think they can bring. How are they going to bring back all these players? I don't think they're going to bring them all back. OC, man, I'm telling you, we are in a pickle when it comes to these contracts. We are in a pickle, and we better get ready. Stephen Jones has already been preparing us. There's quite a few of these players that we like. They're not going to be back. They're not going to be back. Daniel says the options for head coach after Ben Johnson and Mike Vrabel are pretty average. It would not surprise me at all if Mike McCarthy is being brought back and Mike Zimmer back at D.C. Now, Marlon Brando is talking about options. This may be one of the problems with the Cowboys. Options. Options may be a problem. But it's strange to me that that Troy Aikman brought up Deion Sanders' name again. And I saw Deion Sanders' name come up again. I don't think it's going to happen. Also, not totally knocking out, like I said, Bill Belichick got language in that contract. He can get out of it. So, yep, unfortunately, I think this may be a problem. But at the same time, wouldn't it shock y'all? What if Mike McCarthy don't want to come back? Happy holidays, Andre. What's going on? What if Mike don't want to come back? You do know Jerry is paying him chicken feed for a head coach, right? What if Mike don't want to come back? What if the Jets want Mike? What if the Jets say, hey, Mike, do you mind coming back and being with Aaron Rodgers? Because right now, Aaron Rodgers at this state, Aaron Rodgers would probably be better in the West Coast offense. He probably would be. Marlon says most of Dak's stats came against bad teams and bad defenses. So now I'm gonna push back on you. So if his stats came against bad teams and bad defenses, then where do Mike McCarthy's wins come from? Where do they come from then? Now you got to tell me where does his stats come from? So what's our argument then? So is Mike McCarthy a good coach, or is Dak Prescott just a stat patter against bad teams? Which one is it? And I find it to be strange that the same Mike McCarthy is not doing the same thing with Cooper Rush against bad teams that Dak Prescott does against what you're calling bad teams. I'm going to call cap on you, though, because the teams that Dak Prescott has been beating they're actually not bad. Dak Prescott has actually beat some good teams in this league. And not only has Dak Prescott beat some good teams in this league, the defense has let Dak down when Dak beat and did everything he could do to beat said good teams in this league. May I remind you of last year? So you're telling me the Lions is a bad team. You're telling me the Detroit Lions, Marlon Brando, you're telling me the Detroit Lions from last year was a bad team, and you're telling me that Dak Prescott against the Detroit Lions, who you can't say is a bad team, because how far did they go last year? Tell me. Tell me how far they went last year, Marlon. I'll wait on you. Dak was 26 of 38, 345, and 2 touchdowns. That's a bad game? That's stat padding against a bad team? That's a bad team. The Detroit Lions from last year. You're telling me that's a bad team. Dak can only play who's in front of him. And Dak has been dominant. I'm sorry. Dak has been dominant against some really good teams, no matter how you slice it. So you're telling me that even last year, so you're telling me the San Diego Chargers is a bad team. Dak went 2-1 for 32, 72, and 1 touchdown. You're telling me last year they were a bad team. He outdueled everyone's favorite quarterback, Justin Herbert. He outdueled him. It is absolutely lies when people say Dak Prescott has put up stats against only bad teams. And the cold facts of the matter is, whether you want to accept it or not, Marlon Brando, the 49ers are better than the Cowboys. Last year, the 49ers were not only better than the Cowboys, the 49ers were way better than the Cowboys. And as a matter of fact, Marlon Brando, the 49ers were better than every other team in the NFC. Don't make this into a Dak thing. No, they're better than every team in the NFC last year. You know how I know? They went to the Super Bowl. They were better than every team. This narrative that we speak about Dak Prescott is total garbage lies. It is total garbage and total lies. It's not Dak Prescott's fault that he goes out and he actually makes some of these teams who people thought. It's amazing. Watch this. Isn't it amazing how when the Cowboys beat a good team, they're no longer good? They're no longer good when we beat them. Oh, wait, but when Cooper Rush beats them, oh, the team was good. When we beat them with Cooper Rush, the team was good. When we beat them with Dak Prescott, oh, the team really wasn't that good. Dak Prescott would have absolutely ate on every last one of these teams we played the last few games. I guarantee you we're scoring 30 and 40 points on that piltry, pitiful Cincinnati Bengals offense. Mike McCarthy said it himself. There were throws there. He couldn't make them. I bet you Dak Prescott beats the Houston Texans. I guarantee you he beats them. There's no way with this team not even playing, and we got to stop saying this team is even playing a certain way right now, because it is fool's gold. I think we think this team is playing better than it is. No. I just think we're in a softer part of the schedule, just like we knew we were going to be. We're in a softer part of the schedule. And there does seem to be some extra, I think there's a combination of a whole bunch of things going on. But you can go all the way back through Dak Prescott's wins, even with Mike McCarthy. It is pure lies that Dak only beats bad teams. No, Dak has been beating good teams. Dak has been beating great teams. And in some of the losses to these teams that we keep talking about, the failures are not always Dak Prescott's. The failures aren't always Dak Prescott's. Those games, there are games where the defense didn't hold up. It is what it is. But the problem is it's a team game. And this is why my other issue is with Mike McCarthy. I just don't think at this point it doesn't seem like he can galvanize a team. Because right now what we're watching is not him so much galvanizing the team, but the team galvanizing around him. What happens when they sign the contract again? What do they do then? Because I don't understand. How do you have all of this fervor in, and I'm gonna go all the way here. We have all this fervor in a season that doesn't matter. Where was this energy last year? Where was it the year before that? Where was it the year before that? Where was it? But we're doing this in a losing season? We're doing this not because we don't want to lose games or lose because we don't want to lose the coach? This is crazy talk to me. But let me get to this clip. I'll get back to some of your comments in a moment. So Bobby Belt was saying something on a clip that I played the other day. And Bobby Belt was questioning this whole thing about how Jerry Jones was acting. And what I found out once I went back and did the research on this, maybe I'm different, but my mind was absolutely blown when I figured out the context of what Bobby Belt was talking about. I want you to first, we're going to listen to Bobby Belt so we can get refreshed on what he was saying about Jerry Jones. No, what he was saying about Mike McCarthy. Watch this. We're about to put this whole conversation in context now. Now it's making sense to me, but it doesn't make sense. This is Bobby Belt.
They wouldn't give it up out there, so I'm real proud of them. And Mike McCarthy, he just won't let them not think they're playing for the Super Bowl out there. He won't let them do it. So proud of that. Proud of the coach. Thanks, guys. It's good. Well, Merry Christmas, too, every one of you.
We're going to come back to that ridiculous. I just don't understand how this fan base lets Jerry Jones get away with it. How do we not hear that statement right there? And all of us be like, this man is delusional. Mike McCarthy will not let them not think they're playing for the Super Bowl, however he says that. So he couldn't do that the previous 3 seasons. Oh, but we're doing it the season when it's supposedly all about you, Mike McCarthy. This is crazy talk. Am I the only one that's hearing this stuff? This is crazy. So wait a minute. So he was letting them think they were not going to the Super Bowl in the previous 10 games before Cooper Rush. I'm telling us we're not hearing the stuff this man is saying and how crazy it is. Why was that not the conversation when he came into the season? Why was he not calling games like that in the beginning of the season? This is absolute ludicrous talk. It is. This is ludicrous talk. But listen what Bobby Belt says.
Merry Christmas, Jerry.
Dude, he came out, tried to do that. He tried to give us a one statement and bail. Which, what does that mean?
This is the one I want to capitalize on. He said that Jerry tried to give one statement and bail. Now, I'm not sure if Bobby Belt, it sounds like he was there at the post-game press conference by Jerry Jones. But I'm wondering if he listened to Jerry's entire post-game press conference, because if he does, his question is answered. But let's get to the part what he said about Mike McCarthy.
That's not like Jerry typically. We stopped him. We got a couple more questions with him, but he tried to just give that as his only statement and then went, thanks, guys, and tried to walk.
You could drag him back in quite easy.
Right, but he never does that. He usually comes out with an opening statement and then stands there and takes questions. We had to stop him. It's like, what does that mean?
Maybe to go to the bathroom.
I don't think that's what it was. It's more, did he not want to tip his hand that he loves what McCarthy's doing and he's keeping him? Or did he not want to tip his hand that, man, after a game like that, we're not bringing him back? It just seemed like he wanted to minimize. He didn't want to, he wanted to play a little more close to the vest. He didn't want to say whatever he wanted to say.
I don't know what it is.
So Bobby is saying this, but I'm realizing something. Bobby Belt obviously didn't listen to something Jerry Jones said in the post-game press conference. But let me cue up also. I also want to cue up, because this is very important contextually, something he says about Mike McCarthy in this same interview. Let me cue it up. Let me see.
It was, but
World, the time has come to.
Y'all hold on just a second. I'm going to try to cue it up. Now, what I'm trying to cue up, and I'll just tell you what it is. Bobby Belt says something very key in this interview. He said that Brad Sham had interviewed Mike McCarthy before the game. And Mike McCarthy was very short with Brad Sham. And he's saying that a part of this is that people say, I guess, that Mike doesn't like Brad Sham. And Bobby is even alluding to the fact that Bobby is alluding to the fact that Mike McCarthy doesn't even care for him or a couple of them either, because one of the guys on the live yesterday mentioned, Michael H. mentioned that Bobby, I think it was Michael that mentioned it, that Bobby has already admitted he's not a fan or he's a Mike McCarthy hater. And so there's some animosity there. But he also mentioned that there was some animosity, it seemed, between Brad Sham and Mike McCarthy. So now I'm like, okay, so what is Bobby Belt talking about? So now I'm going to let you hear that I'm not sure if Bobby Belt hears what Jerry says after the comment that video opened up with, because listen to what Jerry Jones says after that. Now let me play Jerry's post game right when he says the very thing that Bobby Belt and Bobby Belt opened up with. Listen to this.
Those guys, boy, they wouldn't give it up out there, so I'm real proud of them. And Mike McCarthy, he just won't let them not think they're playing for the Super Bowl out there. He won't let them do it. So I'm proud of that. Proud of the coach. Thanks, guys. It's good.
Now, you see what Bobby Belt's talking about? Jerry, I've been watching every post-game press conference by Jerry Jones this season. Jerry has never done this. Not this year. Jerry hasn't done this one time. He tried to give his statement, his comment, and walk off. Thanks, guys. That's not Jerry Jones. Who knows? Maybe he couldn't have been feeling well, anything. But not Jerry Jones. Let's listen to it again and then listen what he says after this.
Proud of them. And Mike McCarthy, he just won't let them not think they're playing for the Super Bowl out there. He won't let them do it. So proud of that. Proud of the coach. Thanks, guys. It's good. Well, Merry Christmas, too, every one of you.
Jared, you seem pretty excited coming down the hallway.
Oh, my gosh. I just, it meant so much to us to get the win. That's an outstanding team out there, a playoff team. And but the key thing is that the defense, Mike Zimmer, Mike McCarthy, the players, they just right up until the last play, stripping that ball, they just won't, they don't differentiate. They're fighting all the way. And there's no question we're fighting with a very limited deck out here right now, and those guys are doing a great job, all of them, the players. But my hat's off to Mike McCarthy.
When you found out that you guys were eliminated before this game started, were you expecting the team to play like this?
Well,
this right here, this question right here, and the answer that Jerry Jones gives, I'm sorry, my whole mind was blown. My whole mind is blown on this answer. Listen to this.
well, it was a down time when Mike and I met in his office before the game. We both looked like we had lost somebody. And so it was something that you had to kind of get above the reality that we weren't going to go. But the other thing is, though, that, boy, I'm telling you, I hope everybody does agree with me. That's a big effort. Those turnovers, those forcing those fumbles, that interception, it may be one of the best interceptions I've ever seen on the goal line at the time they're supposed to have them. So can't say enough about the way that Mike's got the fight in the team.
What do you think about that effort?
That answer right there is mind-blowing to me. So you're telling me you thought y'all were going to, you and Mike McCarthy, because the Washington Redskins get to that 10th win, and did I not tell y'all, I believed that the Washington Commanders were going to get that 10th win before they ever saw the Cowboys. I put that Philadelphia game on upset alert. Never knew Jalen Hurts was going down. But I put that game on upset alert on any given Sunday. You never know what's going to happen. Jalen Hurts goes down. Washington wins that game. But I'm not going to be surprised if Washington even wins the next game, because they were always going to get that 10th win before the Cowboys ever saw them. But the insane part to me is they had started drinking the Kool-Aid. That they were literally going to make a playoff run with Cooper Rush and backups. That's really what they had thought in their minds. And so Bobby Belt isn't realizing this is the answer to his question. He was saying about Mike McCarthy, how Mike McCarthy was kind of short with, and I'm not going to get into philosophical things, because it seems like that happened before the game. It's the news of the Washington Commanders that's got both of them in their feelings. What? This is why I'm telling you, leadership is top down. Leadership is top down. What we are watching and what I'm explaining to you, this is where I have the problem with our fan base, especially the toxic part of it. And this is where I have the problem with this team and what's going on right now. So you're telling me that when you have absolutely, your team is depleted, you don't even have control of your own destiny. You don't even have control of it. You're depending on teams losing. We need a leader back in, and we need the leader of the team back in the building to put us back in reality. Because Dak Prescott was telling us even last year. See, we don't understand just how smart Dak Prescott is. Dak Prescott said last year, and I paraphrase quote, I don't get into wishing other teams lose. Tell us, Dak. Tell us, Dak Prescott. Tell us, leader of the team. Tell us, Dak Prescott, who's not delusional. Tell us, Dak Prescott, who is not all about the marketing. Tell us, Dak Prescott, who's not about the cheerleading. I don't get into wishing other teams lose. No. We need to control what we can control. And everything else takes care of itself. That's what a leader says. These folk walking around delusional. Absolutely delusional. Let's see. Control what you can control. Okay, you lost to Cincinnati. You'd already lost control before that even. And you're telling me the Tampa Bay Buccaneer game, y'all, is not the game I would have got excited about. That is not the game that would have had me over the edge as a coach, as a team. But I'll tell you this. It'd be a little hard for me to control myself if we had beat Cincinnati and then we got to this game and won it. But that wouldn't even have me kind of like antsy. But beating the Philadelphia Eagles, now that would have had me going, man, maybe we can do this. A Philadelphia win would have had me saying, guys, one more game. One more game. That would have been the game that would have had me saying that. But you were so dependent at this point, even going into this game, you're already pretty much thinking. I mean, going into this game, I knew it was not about the Cowboys. This is the part that they're so missing. It's not so much about you winning. Yes, you need to keep winning. But when it's about other teams losing, everybody wants these miracles. Nah, bro, at the end of the day, and I said it, I'm going to say it again. Man, you got to line up in front of a team sometime and just beat them. This is dumb. This is dumb. You line up in front of teams and you beat them. You beat them. You don't worry about other teams. You stand in front of them and you beat them. Because if I have to worry and wait on somebody else to beat somebody, then do I really need to be there? Because when I get to the playoffs, it's not going to be about other folk beating nobody. It's going to be whether or not can I beat the team in front of me. I'm sorry. This comment, it was mind-blowing to me. Jerry was ready to run. He was ready to run because they got the bad news. Bad news? You still had another week to go. Washington still had another opportunity to beat the Falcons. I am not going to be shocked if they beat the Falcons with Michael Penix Jr. Let's pump the brakes. Michael Penix Jr., only his second game. He looked okay in the first one. Great defensive effort. Looked okay. Let's stop expecting Michael Penix Jr. to come out here and go 3-0. Dan Quinn is going to have something for Michael Penix Jr. It's only his second pro game. I'm sorry, Dan Quinn's going to have something for him. I'm not going to be shocked when the Washington Commanders roll up and they beat the Falcons. And I'm not going to be shocked when the Washington Commanders roll right into Dallas. It all depends on where Dan Quinn's mind is. If Dan Quinn is thinking like Tom Coughlin, you go into the playoffs on a run. You don't sit out the last game. You keep going the way you were going, and you beat every team in front of you, even when you clinch the playoffs. We're going to see what the mentality is. But if I'm Dan Quinn, I want revenge on the Dallas Cowboys. Because they came in our stadium and they beat us, and this is a divisional game. I'm at least going to give it a half. I'm at least going to give it a half. If we can get up, hey, man, I'm at least going to give it a half. But we hadn't even got to this. We didn't even get to the Eagles game. These guys, even after Jerry Jones said, the outlandish circumstances that it would require for us to get to the playoffs. Now I'm realizing Jerry Jones was believing in these outlandish circumstances. But now I'm going to give you the rest of the story like Paul Harvey. I think there's something else here. I think there's something else here with Jerry Jones and this whole Mike McCarthy thing. Jerry Jones wants Mike McCarthy to justify signing him again. Because there is actually something at stake for Mike McCarthy in this, whether we all realize it or not, even though they're not going to the playoffs. These coaches love to have on their resume winning seasons. Mike McCarthy up under Jerry Jones, if they get to 9-8, Mike McCarthy will actually be able to say he got this team 4 winning seasons. Let that sink in. It's great to have on your resume. 4 winning seasons. I went 12 wins, 3 seasons. And then when the starting quarterback went down and a plethora of injuries on both sides of the ball, lost my starting quarterback, lost Michael Parsons for a moment, lost Trayvon Diggs, lost Deron Bland for a moment. I mean, you can go down the line. Lost to Marion Overshown. I mean, the Cowboys just down the line, injury-ridden. And I still went 9-8. 4 winning seasons. That's negotiation type stuff. You can even take that resume to another team. Jerry Jones wants Mike McCarthy to have a winning season. And if he gets 9-8, he gets exactly what he wants. And tell me, I don't care what anyone says. Jerry Jones has said some absolutely crazy stuff. But if you don't think this statement is crazy, you have to be a prisoner of the moment. This is the craziest statement.
Those guys, boy, they wouldn't give it up out there, so I'm real proud of them. And Mike McCarthy, he just won't let them not think they're playing for the Super Bowl out there. He won't let them do it. So proud.
That's crazy talk to me. So again, I'm going to ask all of us. So why would he not let them think they were not playing for the Super Bowl the 3 previous seasons? Why not? Why not? Do we hear how insane that statement is? In seasons where you had supposedly a better chance, more starters, that wasn't the mentality. This is why I entitled this stream, It's All About Mike. Because it's all about Mike. They're turning this into all about Mike McCarthy. It's all about Mike. Why is it all about Mike? And it's strange to me because, you know what, Jerry? You keep making it about Mike, so why don't you just doggone it, go ahead and sign him? Why do you got to wait? What are you waiting on, Jerry? Has anybody asked themselves this question? What is Jerry waiting on? Why are you waiting? We keep saying, oh, we think he's going to bring him back. Why do you have to bring him back? Sign him now. Sign him now. What is he waiting on? So you just want to just keep trying to justify. So my question becomes, I don't know if you've ever heard people do this sometimes. You ever heard someone keep talking about something, but they won't buy it? They keep talking about something, they won't do it. They talk about something, they won't eat it. They talk about something, but they won't go there. They talk about it, they talk about it, they talk about it. You got to ask yourself, why does a person talk about it and they don't do it? Not me. Oh, no, I'm going to talk about it, but eventually, no, man, it's, you know what, I'm about to be about it. No, Jerry, don't talk about it, be about it. If there's any game that Jerry Jones is justified in signing Mike McCarthy, here it is. Here it is. Why does he keep bragging on Mike McCarthy? Are we not all expecting him to re-sign Mike McCarthy? Are we all not expecting it? What is he waiting on? This is insanity to me. We've literally made a campaign about Mike McCarthy. He keeps talking about the players playing, but notice what he keeps going back to. And Mike McCarthy, Mike Zimmer. Mike McCarthy, though. Mike McCarthy. Sign him, Jerry. Sign him. It just makes no sense. It makes no sense. And the mentality of this team is crazy to me. It's crazy to me because contextually, there's a lot of other things going on in here too. People playing for contracts. There's a whole lot of things going on inside of this. Coaches on the last years of their deal. There's a whole lot of things going on inside this. But what have we made it about? Mike McCarthy. Now, it don't matter about these other guys' contracts. It don't matter about the other coaches' contracts. No, just Mike McCarthy. This is insane to me. But we didn't have this same energy. 3 years in a row, we haven't had this same energy. This is crazy to me. Gabe said to piggyback off my Dak and McCarthy take, either let Dak call the plays or get innovative play caller with new wrinkles and remix of the Texas Coast system. Gabe, isn't it strange? Mike McCarthy went away from the Texas Coast offense and went back to a pure West Coast offense that actually does not fit Dak Prescott. The West Coast offense does not fit Dak Prescott. It actually fits a quarterback like a Cooper Rush, a quarterback who you don't want to do a lot of reads, a quarterback who doesn't have a strong arm. It actually fits a Cooper Rush. It actually doesn't fit Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is a play action defense reading quarterback. Dak Prescott walks up to the line, calls his signals, watches the movement, looks at the safeties, looks at the linebackers. He makes whatever adjustments that he needs. And then he looks at the primary. He's not covered. Look, second, third. That's Dak Prescott. Cooper Rush. Nope. Minimal reading at the line. One option, two at the most. And I'm going to make sure that I scheme open your primary receiver. That's kind of what he's been doing. The Texas Coast was the perfect blend of West Coast, play action. No one throws the seam routes better than Dak. It played to the strengths of Dak Prescott. The problem is Mike went back to a pure West Coast offense. And some of it could be because he didn't think this or that about the line. But I think some of it is because it's just ingrained in him and he absolutely loves it because he always talks about it. And I don't know if you noticed something that Bobby Belt said. Now it's making more sense to me. Because Bobby Belt was talking about how the Cowboys, who typically run these wide offensive sets, they came into this game and they decided they were going to run these tight offensive sets. And how rather than Mike running the ball, he came out passing the ball and passing the ball and passing the ball. And he's saying it's almost like Mike said, I'm going to do this my way now. Now that we're out of the playoffs, I'm going to do this my way. Well, I'm about to let you hear something that Shannon Sharp said. I said this before Shannon Sharp said it. My wife asked me, she said, you think he listened to your podcast? I said, nah, I don't think he listened to my podcast. I don't think he listened to my live streams. But anybody who remembers, I made the analogy. The Cowboys were playing with house money. When you have nothing to lose, you play different. When you have everything to gain, especially when you're not necessarily superior to the other team, you play different. And the Buccaneers, the 70s fans said it, and I agree. I still think the Buccaneers are a better team. I think they played different. And they especially played different because I will give Mike McCarthy credit how they came out. They didn't defer. They took it. They went out and they got up on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 10 points before they even could blink. And then the Buccaneers, I mean, some of their players were playing real tight. And I'll give it to Baker. Baker was balling, but the rest of that team, man, they were playing tight. Esquire 1995, what's going on? $5, appreciate that super chat. Dak is a certified leader. Yes, sir. I think they are deliberately sabotaging the team. By they, I mean Jerry and Mike. As long as the Cowboys are profitable, no change. Esquire, this is why this statement that Jerry is making and everything he's talking about Mike McCarthy is messing with me. Because the motivation of the team is crazy to me. Mike McCarthy, it's like he's found something finally to where he can consistently motivate. But the insanity is he really motivating the team? Or is he the motivation of the team? As in, hold on a second. We're not acting like this when it's time to win championships. But if it's time to save Mike McCarthy's job and we don't want change, so now we got to play different. Which I still think it's fool's gold. It's fool's gold, I believe, because we're not also looking at, there's a plethora of things going on, down to the competition, down to the competition, down to people on one-year deals, down to the fact people are in contract years. There's a whole lot of things swirling around this. It's like the perfect cocktail in a sense, but it's actually not the perfect cocktail because we're actually not seeing anything different. We have very close games going on. Very close games going on. We're losing said games. I mean, we're winning the close games, but we've also lost one close game that cost us. But I keep saying how you win them is how you lose them. You're going to play them close and win them close. You're going to play them close and you're going to lose them close. You have to get to a point to where you literally come out and you just dominate teams, because that's what the playoff teams are doing. The playoff teams. Anybody watch that boring Green Bay New Orleans Saints game? Anybody watch that boring game? You want to know why it was boring? Because Green Bay don't let sorry teams, or they don't let average teams, or they don't let a team that's trying to prove that they're this, that, and the other. Green Bay didn't let them prove that. Nope. Blew them off the field. Blew them off the field. That's how you do a team. It comes a time that when you just got to come out and you just got to be doggone better than a team. You got to come out sometimes, and it can't be a miraculous, and I mean an absolute miraculous. I watched that Jordan Lewis interception again, and that guy absolutely caught that ball. But as he's going down, Jordan Lewis doesn't give up on it. Grabs it right off his chest and gets it. Absolutely astounding. Man, you can't keep winning like that. You can't win. You can win some like that. You're not beating the good teams like that. They're not doing that stuff. They're not. Nope. The Green Bays aren't going to give you that stuff. The Eagles, they're not going to give you that stuff. The Lions, they're not giving you that stuff. The Vikings, they're not giving you that stuff. Oh, I got news for you. And the Rams even, they're not going to give you that stuff. Not 2 or 3 times a game. We're still seeing the same stuff. We're seeing the same stuff. It's just wrapped different. It's just wrapped different because we're playing with backups and all of these different things. We're thinking it's more than what it is. But even with the starters, it was the same thing. Mike was not managing this team when they had all the starters. They were not. They were not doing it. Richard said, gee, what would make them think they can win it all with a backup quarterback? That's exactly what they thought. How crazy is that? And I don't know about Marlon Brando. I don't know if he's trying to make the reference to Cooper Rush, but let me go ahead and destroy your argument just before you can even get it out good. You can't put Nick Foles in the same conversation as Cooper Rush, because Nick Foles was not a career backup quarterback. Nick Foles was a starter in this league, and Nick Foles is 9 times better than Cooper Rush. Nick Foles is better than Cooper Rush. Period. End of story. It's not even a conversation. Nick Foles is better than Cooper Rush. Straight up. Yep. Cooper Rush went to the Giants and they cut him. Tom Brady was technically the backup when he won his first ring. Please don't compare Cooper Rush to Tom Brady. Please. It's not a good argument. No, I don't think Dak played like what you're calling the first 8 games. No. No, Mike McCarthy coached like that the first 8 games. See, I'm not forgetting. See, we're always talking about the quarterback. Nope. And if you look at Dak's stats, I mean, it's actually pretty amazing. Dak actually wasn't having a bad season. He was having a bad season by his standards. Dak was actually having a pretty decent season. It just wasn't his season. Understand what you're looking at. Mike was coaching terrible in those first 8 games. Unequivocally, he was coaching terrible. Wouldn't run the ball. We got to realize what's the catalyst of this actual wins that we've been having. The catalyst of the wins we've actually been having are the running game and the defense, not Cooper Rush. Mike McCarthy was finally forced to run the ball. That's what happened. He was finally forced to run the ball because he talked all that smack about Cooper Rush and then figured out his limitations. Mike Zimmer finally started stopping the run. And now the secondary has improved. No, that's what we're watching. But if we look at the coaching, we're watching the same Mike McCarthy. Nobody wants to talk about it. Cooper Rush, first half, 19-26, 233. Cooper Rush and Mike McCarthy, second half, 7-9, 59 yards. Reverted right back to a pumpkin. If the defense don't hold them off, they lose that game too. Stop it. I know exactly what I'm looking at. We're looking at the same old junk. That's all we're looking at. We're looking at the same junk. The only difference is if it's Dak, we blame Dak. We're looking at the same old junk. Defense was bad when Dak was playing. You better believe it. Including Micah Parsons. The defense was bad when Dak was playing. The offensive line, it was a mess. We were talking about firing the offense. Everybody was wanting the offensive line coach fired. It's crazy. It's crazy. Exactly, Jay Recruiter. Now watch this, Jay Recruiter. Now you got to move the goalpost if it's Joe Burrow. If it's Joe Burrow, you got to blame it all on his defense. If it's Dak Prescott, it's all on him. If it's Cooper Rush, it's all Cooper Rush. The defense don't get the credit for the incredible plays. The special teams don't get the credit for being special. You don't get none of the credit for them. No, it's crazy. But I'm telling us, and this is my problem, we are going to see more of the same stuff. What's going on, Freddie? We're going to see this same stuff. Same stuff. Freddie, I'm afraid you might be right. Get used to it. Oh, okay. I forgot. The Cowboys defense was not bad, right? Okay. I'll let you tell it, Marlon Brando. Robert M. What's going on, my brother? The last thing any of us need is for Jerry to be right because he's starting to sound like we're going to have to do more with less again in 2025. And I'm going to be talking about this, Robert, because at the end of the day, some people who were talking all that smack about Jerry Jones, well, you owe him an apology. Because by all accounts, what everyone is saying is that if this team had been healthy, they would have actually won games. But I'm about to hit you with the coup de grace. Because Shannon Sharp said exactly what I said. He said the same thing I said. No, actually, they're not, Marlon Brando. I keep showing this. No, they're not. Every quarterback that's making all the money, they're surrounding them with players. Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson. You can go down the line of all the $52 and $53 million quarterbacks. No, they gave them running games. They gave them defenses. They gave them wide receivers. Not one wide receiver, but wide receivers. Nope, you're not telling the truth on that. You're not. Yep, Dak has one wide receiver and one tight end that was injured. And Marlon ain't telling the truth on this. He's not telling the truth. He's not telling the truth. He's not. Jerry Jones need to be in concussion protocol. Joe Burrow would be in Dallas. Nope, he'd be doing the same thing he's doing now because his O-line is terrible. He'd be the same thing. Just telling you why Dak and the team struggling in the early season. It's the same thing. You can't have it both ways. How come Rush can get the ball to other receivers, but Dak couldn't? Well, who's he getting it to hardly? I mean, you think about it. I mean, CD is just like with Dak. He's mostly the primary. But when you talk about these other receivers, Cooper Rush, you're talking about 4-yard passes. 4-yard passes, 5-yard passes. Yeah, Dak could do that. And as a matter of fact, if you look at Dak's yardage and completions, the myth is because we were losing, Dak wasn't doing those things. Dak was doing those things. Dak's bad season are better than Cooper Rush's good seasons. They're better than his good seasons. Rush is playing in simplified offense. It's purely dumbed down. And they are running the ball. Mike McCarthy play calling and time management are both bad. Welcome Afro Sheen. Exactly. I keep saying it. We're seeing nothing any different. Even in the last 3 games. The Carolina game, an anomaly. Cincinnati, those games. We're watching poor situational football. We're watching Mike McCarthy's stubbornness when it comes to situational football. He could have ran the ball against the Cincinnati Bengals midway through the 4th quarter. They probably win the game. Don't win the game. Even in this game, we're not paying attention. I just gave you Cooper Rush's stats in the second half. They only scored 3 points. Let it sink in. They scored 3 points in the second half. 3. The Buccaneers still had an opportunity to win. And you can't beat good teams like that. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Nope, Dak didn't play in the same offense. It's been dumbed down. Everyone's been saying this. I don't know what you're watching, Marlon Brando. It's the same thing. It's been dumbed down. Yes, sign. Put him out of his misery. I'm telling us, man, what's going on, D-Block? What's going on, James Scott? Nothing has changed. Yes, it has changed. Even Bobby Belt talked about even more extreme change that he made this week. We need an OC, D-Block. Now, you mentioned something really good there because a lot of people are saying, let Mike McCarthy stay and bring in an OC. Question is he willing to do that? Is he willing to do that? Because I question whether or not he's willing to do that. Is he willing to do that? I question it. Jerry Jones is playing mind games. And I'm going to tell you something, Janie. I agree. How you doing tonight? I think Jerry is reserving the right that if he doesn't bring Mike McCarthy back, he can say, I never said I was bringing him back. He can say, I never said I was bringing him back. And it makes you wonder because why? Y'all, I've been watching y'all in the chat. Freddie, you hit it on the head. You said we might as well get used to Mike McCarthy being here. So if the majority of the people think Mike McCarthy is coming back, so now y'all got to answer me this question. Who is Jerry Jones trying to convince? Who is he trying to convince? I've said from the beginning, even when it was going really bad, I will not believe Mike McCarthy is gone until the press conference is had and he's cleaning out his office. So who is Jerry trying to convince? Because he can't be trying to convince y'all. He can't be trying to convince me, us. He can't even be trying to convince the Colin Cowherds, the Troy Aikmans, the Jimmy Johnsons, the Terry Bradshaws, the Tom Bradys. I mean, you can go down the line of people who keep saying Mike McCarthy is a good coach. So Jerry, why are you trying so hard to convince? I don't even know who you're trying to convince anymore. Why all the propaganda? Why all the bragging? Who is it for? I don't even know who it's for anymore. It's literal redundancy now. It doesn't even make sense. How about this, Jerry? Why not sign him? This is the perfect game. This is the perfect game. Sign Mike McCarthy. That's all you have to do. Sign him. It's your team. It's your money. Sign him. I don't understand what the wait is. Revelation said a lot of fans are nothing more than backup fans' eyes. Backup fans. Gabe said, you preaching to everybody can talk that talk, but few people can speak and make it mean something. It's like we all listen, but are we really hearing what's being said? I'm telling us, this entire situation is crazy. This entire situation is crazy. I'm still trying to figure out who he's trying to convince. Sign him. The Cowboys have a totally different playbook for Cooper Rush, but our fans do not get that. D Block. Jay Tuck has been on X tearing this up, showing side by side how they're running the plays different. I mean, they look totally different with Dak Prescott. They do. They do. They're running them totally different. And I told us this before when Cooper Rush first took over. I told us what was going to happen. You don't want all that pre-reading stuff. Dumb it down. One read, you're done. That's it. One read. And that's how they're arranging it. One read. Mahomes doing more with less with healthy, fast wide receivers, fastest running back in the league. And actually, Freddie, and he's not doing more with less. That dude's defense is, man, I'm sorry, Kansas City defense is bar none right now. The boys is playing. Evans was covered. Yeah. Yeah, of course he was. Deron Bland did a job on him. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Deron Bland did a job on him. The secondary had a great game. Jerry Jones is acting like a cat toying with the mouse, Janie. Yep. I'm still trying to figure out who is he trying to convince. Sign him already. Be done with it. Sign him already. Sign him already and be done with it. Because I don't understand who you're trying to convince. Jerry is the equivalent of a carnival barker who believes he can still sell a snake oil. It's insanity. 59 yards passing the 3 points in the second half. Thanks, defense. I'm telling us we're watching the same Mike McCarthy, Robert M., and no one wants to believe it. We're watching the same Cooper Rush. He's only good for 2 touchdowns. He might get you the anomaly of the 3 against Carolina, but it's been too average. Too average. Jaden Daniels will not be the MVP, but he will be Rookie of the Year. You know what? I don't know if I can debate you on that one, though. Dan Quinn could be the Coach of the Year. Dan Quinn could be the Coach of the Year. And if he mess around and get 12 wins, Dan Quinn will be the Coach of the Year. Now, the guy from Minnesota is making a strong push, too. He's making a very strong push. Dan Campbell is making a very strong push. Dan Campbell is making a real strong push. You can't even count out Nick Sirianni. When we think about the fact that they were literally talking about getting rid of Nick Sirianni last year, and now when you look at where the Philadelphia Eagles are right now, what? Man, you want to talk about a turnaround. You want to talk about a turnaround. It's crazy. It's crazy what they're doing. D Block, our fans will never understand that. Yep, you're right. Now, let me let you hear something that Shannon Sharpe said that I said. But he goes even further this time. I want you to hear what Shannon Sharpe is talking about. Because what he's speaking to is the mentality of this team. It's the same thing I talked about after the win. And a lot of people, they don't like this, but I'm sorry. I have to call it what I'm seeing. It's not that I don't like the Cowboys winning. I'm looking at this from the long-term perspective. Because right now, Jerry is looking like he was right about what he did. Because we're basically saying, had it not been for injuries, this team would be that much better. That much better. Shannon Sharp is about to put this whole thing into perspective for us. Let me get to the Shannon Sharp part. I don't want to repeat the same thing that Jerry said.
Shay, you heard it. Should the Cowboys bring Mike McCarthy back next season?
Yeah, if you're okay with winning the division and being one and done, absolutely. Why not?
Say it again, Shannon. This is the same thing I'm saying. This is the same thing I'm saying. You cannot bring, if you bring back Mike McCarthy, you're going to get more of the same. And this is the argument I keep making. We're seeing the same thing. Do y'all know we're not seeing anything different? Because Kellen Moore, when Dak Prescott got hurt in 2022, Kellen Moore was actually the OC. And he got the same average out of Kellen Moore, out of Cooper Rush. How do two coaches get the same exact thing out of the same quarterback? And those two exact coaches got the same thing out of Dak Prescott. Only McCarthy got him a little bit more and got him the second-team All-Pro MVP. But Kellen was getting numbers out of Dak too. Dak was doing numbers with Kellen Moore too. Dak's playoff win came under Kellen Moore. Dak was doing numbers with Kellen Moore as much as we excoriate Kellen Moore. Dak was doing numbers. And I don't find it to be strange that both of these OCs got the exact same thing out of Cooper Rush, 2 touchdown average. Everything else is field goals. How can you can't make it up? But Shannon Sharp, I'm telling you, he's saying the same thing I've been saying. You bring back Mike McCarthy, you're going to get more of the same. Unless Dak Prescott and this team just flat out, like Aaron Rodgers did, Aaron Rodgers would get to the point and just draw stuff up in the sand. I don't like that call. And just call something else. Dak got his money now. Maybe Dak needs to start following suit. Let me let you hear what Shannon Sharp said again.
Shay, you heard it. Should the Cowboys bring Mike McCarthy back next season?
Yeah, if you're okay with winning the division and being one and done, absolutely. Why not? That's what you get. You do what you've always done. You'll get what you've always gotten. But you know, one of the biggest things.
What did Einstein say the definition of insanity is, even though it's not the definition of insanity? You know what Einstein said the definition of insanity is? To do the same thing and expect a different result. To do the same thing and expect a different result. And I'm laughing. I'm laughing at Jerry Jones. I'm laughing at the people who are screaming Mike McCarthy. I'm laughing at all of this. I hope you're laughing at me next year if they bring Mike McCarthy back. I hope you're laughing at me and they win the Super Bowl. I hope you're laughing at me. But they're going to get more of the same unless something changes. Shenard, you made a comment here. Now, let me throw this on you. What Robert said before makes sense, and I've been saying it too, because teams do not turn around. do not put this in your head. Teams do not turn around because of one player. Teams turn around when you have a team that is smart enough, because to sign that player, it must begin at the top. Because you're saying that the turnaround was Barkley. No, he was a part of the turnaround. You know what the turnaround really is? Is the owner who entrusted Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman, I don't want to hear what Jalen Hurts is not, like Marlon Brando and others keep talking about with Dak Prescott. I don't want to hear what Jalen Hurts is not, because people say the same thing about Jalen Hurts. I don't want to hear what Jalen Hurts is not. It's not what I'm paying you for. I can look at the doggone television and I can tell you what Jalen Hurts is not. I'm not paying you, Howie Roseman, to tell me what Jalen Hurts is not. I'm paying you to get players to make up for what he's not. See, we're not ready for that conversation. We're telling lies when we say every other team says we're going to do more with less. No, we're telling lies, because even with Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, they were talking about it on the broadcast the other day. That Harbaugh came here and purposely said, I'm taking the ball out of Herbert's hand. You know what they said about Josh Allen this year? We're taking the ball out of Josh Allen's hands. You know what they're saying about Lamar Jackson? We're taking the ball out of his hands. We're getting him a running game. They're all doing it. They're all saying it. We boiled this stuff down. Oh, Jalen Hurts. No. It's not just Jalen Hurts. Andy Reid went and got Patrick Mahomes a running game and a defense because he couldn't replace Tyreek Hill. I'm sorry, you don't replace Tyreek Hill. You don't replace a human cheetah. You don't. You're not going to find many men in the NFL with that speed, that quickness combination, and those hands, the ability to break tackles. You're not going to find that. So you know what I do? I go get him a running game and a defense. Everybody's doing it. We're the only dumb team that's talking about our quarterback still. No, it didn't begin with Saquon Barkley. It began with the owner. It was Howie Roseman who told the owner, we need to sign Saquon Barkley. It was Howie Roseman who said, Nick Sirianni, we're giving you Saquon Barkley. It was Nick Sirianni who went to Kellen Moore and said, hey, we got Saquon Barkley, run the ball. I'm telling us, we don't understand this stuff. We don't understand it. One player is not going to turn around the Cowboys. It is not until the mentality changes, and the very thing that I've been talking about for 3 days, and now Shannon Sharpe is reiterating it. It's got to be a change. It's not the quarterback. Because we're actually seeing the same result that we got with Kellen Moore and Cooper Rush. We're getting the same result with Mike McCarthy and Cooper Rush. Do we not realize it was the 4-1 run with Kellen Moore? We can arguably say the winning percentage with Cooper Rush was better with Kellen Moore. But what we can't say is that Cooper Rush looks any different with Mike McCarthy than he did with Kellen Moore, because actually he doesn't. It's the same thing. And the regression this season was not a quarterback regression. We watched an entire coaching philosophy regression. And some of it is because of players. But it's not just the players. Why the regression happened? It's because of the mentality of the owner/GM. Y'all remember when it began? I can. We're going all in. That's when this stupidness really took off. We're going all in. Everybody says, oh, Jerry's going all in. Boy, they about to go to free agency. They're about to be in the trade. They're about to be in the trade game. Ooh, man. We brought in Ezekiel Elliott. We did nothing. In the free agency frenzy. We did nothing. Then we got to the trade deadline and we got Jonathan Mingo. We'll never know what he is with Cooper Rush. Y'all, I'm telling you, don't even worry about looking. Don't blame Jonathan Mingo. Don't blame him. He is not a Cooper Rush style of receiver. He's not. He's not built for this dumb West Coast offense. No, he's not built for it. He's a down the receiver. He's a down the field receiver, and that's not Cooper Rush's strength. It's not his strength. Love it, like it, or hate it. It's not his strength. The stats show it. The tape shows it. It's not his strength. We're watching the same thing in a different package, and we think it's something different. It's not. It's not. I saw this team do some of the same stuff when they started talking about Jason Garrett. I saw some of the same stuff. Teams do this stuff all the time. And just like this, we don't even realize it. It's not successful. What we're watching is not sustainable. It's not successful. They have been motivated by a situation, and we're giving all of this to Mike because it's all about Mike. No. We're making it all about Mike, but it's not all about Mike. I keep telling us a team is built from the top down. Owner, GM, coach, quarterback, players. The mentality on this team is terrible because it's coming from the owner himself. And now we got the coach who is going along with this madness. And what Shannon Sharp is saying, it's the same thing I've been saying. I just want to let you hear Shannon Sharp say it. I'm going to let him tell you some more. Because sometimes people think I'm making this stuff up. Nope. Other folks can see this stuff too. You can't expect something different with the same coach, with the same owner, with the same GM, with the same philosophy. D Block says, GM convinced, bro, the Jones family only want to be relevant. D Block, let me add some proof to what you're saying. You know how I know what you're saying is true? We're talking more about the Cowboys playing for Mike McCarthy than we are about the Cowboys playing for a championship. What? What are we doing? Where do you do that at? We're talking about, Freddie has mentioned this over and over and over, but we're literally talking about grown men. And we're giving them credit for not quitting on the coach? Well, did they really have a choice if they want to play in this league? With many of them not on contracts after this? And they're trying to put something on tape so their next destination? But we've made it all about Mike. That's the rally cry for this season. That is insanity. That is insanity. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell us as a team. It is literal insanity that we're talking more about playing for a coach to keep his job, because if we were talking the same way and giving the same effort when we had our starters, having the same effort when we get to the playoffs, we wouldn't have to be playing for this coach's job. It would already be solidified. It would already be solidified. We would have gotten further than the wild card, further than the divisional round, further than the conference. Nope. we buy into the snake oil so quick. I'm telling you something. When I listen to fans, especially the toxic side of the fan base, I know exactly why Jerry Jones is a millionaire. I know exactly why Jerry Jones is a millionaire. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say millionaire? Billionaire. Jerry Jones can sell you a dream, even when you know it's just a dream. Jerry Jones can sell you on what you're not seeing. He can make you think you're seeing one thing, but you're actually not seeing it. You're not seeing it. You're not. Gabe said, I think the Joneses need to go out and really get a backup quarterback this season. I said the same thing earlier. With Mike Zimmer's defense and the emergence of Rico Dowdle, can you imagine where the Cowboys would be with really good backup quarterback? Yep. That's why I said I think they need to get somebody actually better than Cooper Rush. Get your quarterback better than Cooper Rush. Get you a better backup than Cooper Rush. Because if Dak Prescott comes back and he gets hurt again, I wouldn't want to be in this same situation with Cooper Rush because I don't want to play every single game where I got to be worried and playing it all the way down to the last minute. No, I want to get me a quarterback in here too to where we can absolutely dominate too sometimes. Go out and get you a better quarterback. I say it. Do it. Jerry Jones seems to be stringing Mike McCarthy along. But if you are serious, you don't play games with other people's lives. I believe it when I see it. Janie. Again, why hasn't he signed him? Because I'm still trying to figure out who he's trying to convince now. You don't have to convince nobody else, Jerry. Nobody else. It's your money. It's your team. You don't have to convince us. Because we already anticipate that you're going to bring him back. So we don't need you to convince us. So the question is, who are you trying to convince? What's going on, Tony Simmons? Who are we trying to convince? I don't understand it. I don't. With Deron Bland and Jordan Lewis as Cowboys' top two corners now, why do they need Trayvon Diggs in this bloated contract? Defense is better without him, it seems, so trade him and get some pieces for defense. The problem is, Gabe, what he got going on with that leg, I don't know who would trade for him. I really don't. What could you get for Trayvon Diggs with that injury? We don't know what he's going to look like. He's having a very rare procedure. So I don't know I just don't know who you would get to trade. Eagles were bad without Hurts. I don't disagree with you. But don't think Hurts is the only reason because they went in that draft and they got some cornerbacks and them boys playing. Their defense has been good too. He's just the offensive piece. Their defense has been playing extremely well too. I mean, we can say what we want to say, and I'm not disagreeing with you on the importance of Saquon Barkley, but I'm telling you it's not just Saquon Barkley. Because what Saquon Barkley has enabled Jalen Hurts to do is that he's actually enabled Jalen Hurts to open up his game even more as it applies to him being a dual threat. Saquon Barkley is getting them down to the goal line. They're able to run their specialty, the tush push. He's getting them in short and third and shorts, fourth and shorts. They're able to do that tush push. Jalen Hurts, when need be, he's making some throws to those wide receivers. I mean, Jalen Hurts is winning within the system that he's in. Because at the end of the day, Jalen Hurts has a better team than the Cowboys. And when I'm talking about team, I'm talking all the way from the ownership down. Folk make some of these same arguments about Jalen Hurts, what he is and what he's not. I don't think it matters. Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. He is a good quarterback. Let's not even try to put him in some category with Cooper Rush. No, he's a good quarterback, and you can win with him. Why? Because he can run and throw. You can win with him. And he's just like Dak Prescott. And just like all these other quarterbacks. Get him a running game. Watch what he looks like. We're making the same argument for Dak Prescott, whether we realize it or not. Get Dak Prescott a running game. Watch what he looks like. Why are you taking him away from what he is? He's a play-action quarterback. You know what they said about Jared Goff? Get him a running game. Sean McVay said he can't play for me. Detroit said, we'll take him, and we'll give him a running back. We'll give him wide receivers. We'll give him a tight end. We'll give him a defense. They put everything around him. Everybody's saying it. We're the only ones saying this dumb stuff. D-Block said that's when the poo hit the fan. We're going all in. That was it. Only for Dak Prescott to come back and explain we're going all in on the young guys. Oh, man, that's not what no one thought. Jerry know that he is waiting time. I'm still trying to understand, who is he trying to convince? He don't need to convince us anymore. Roberta, hey, what's going on, Roberta? It comes from Jerry, because people do not understand. A team begins with the owner. I said this. I said this. I used to say this before I came on the line when I used to talk about the Cowboys. This is what this Cowboys team has to play against. We have to play against the owner. We have to play against the coach. We have to play against the media. And we have to play against the other team. Name me another team that has to do that. Name me another team that has to do that. I don't know no other owner doing what our owner does. No other GM doing what our owner does. Jerry wants butts in the seats. And you know what? It's so crazy. All it takes are wins. It don't even matter the situation. It just takes wins. Roberta says, from the day Jerry fired Landry. Yep. Jerry needs to go out and go back to his glory hole. Man, I'm telling you. Bro, half of our fans don't know football. They're just fanatical fans. They're not looking at a lot of the context of what's going on. Kevin Reed, what's going on? He said Cooper Rush is efficient. Let's be honest, he's better than the Will Levises and Aiden O'Connells of the world. Well, I guess the only reason why I'm gonna argue with you on that is, well, you got to now answer me this, Kevin Reed. So I'm thinking that the Levis kid plays for Tennessee, right? So did Tennessee have an opportunity to get Cooper Rush? What stopped Tennessee from getting Cooper Rush? What stopped them? What stopped Tennessee from getting Cooper Rush? He was available. Cooper Rush was available for the Tennessee Titans. Why didn't they get him? He was right there. By the way, you do know that Cooper Rush was also available when the Raiders got Aiden O'Connell. I'm thinking O'Connell plays for the Raiders, right? I don't think Cooper Rush is better than O'Connell. That's just me. But you do know the Raiders had an opportunity to get Cooper Rush, right? Do we not realize that Cooper Rush was a free agent? This is the destroyer of every Cooper Rush argument. So you're telling me we're seeing things that the other 31 teams are not seeing. I'll do you one even better. It's not even about him being a starting quarterback. But if Cooper Rush is as good as some of us proclaim, teams should actually be clamoring to get Cooper Rush, because that means he's a top 5 backup in the league. And he would be getting paid like a top 5 backup. Why is he still here? Why is Cooper Rush still here? You don't think Jerry Jones would take a 3rd-round draft pick for Cooper Rush, 4th-round draft pick for Cooper Rush? And if Cooper Rush is as good as we say he is, some team by now should have offered us something for Cooper Rush. The league last year was just fiending for quarterbacks. Quarterbacks were going down. No one called Jerry about Cooper Rush as far as we know. We know the Giants cut him. He's been out there for people to get. What are we seeing that they're not seeing? We need a quarterback that can stretch the field with his arm. Yep. They are not getting rid of Cooper Rush. You know what? And you know one of the reasons why they might not get rid of Cooper Rush? I just hate to be the bearer of bad news. Nobody else wants him. You got to tell me, how do we keep talking about Cooper Rush like this? He keeps hitting the open market and nobody gets him. You got to make that make sense to me. This league loves to win. There is no way you're telling me that a quarterback is this good and no one is bringing him in. You cannot propagate that lie. You can't. You can't do it. The evidence, the facts speak against you. You can't do it. You just can't. I mean, you can, but you can't. You can't. You can't. It's speaking against you every single time. Robert said, I bet Jerry looks in the mirror at home but doesn't see a reflection. It's like he was scared of contact after his first injury. You might be talking about Dak right there. Marlon says, Jerry is the man. He's the reason you're all even talking about my Dallas Cowboys. Nah, I'm going to disagree with you, Marlon. I don't know how old you are. This team was winning Super Bowls before Jerry Jones bought it. The Dallas Cowboys were America's team before Jerry Jones bought it. Jerry Jones saw an opportunity, and we're not going to sit up here and lie. The Dallas Cowboys were not doing well when Jerry Jones came and got the Cowboys. Now, I think a lot of people had a problem with Jerry because of the way he pushed Landry out the door. Landry probably, no, it's not even a probably. Let me not even blaspheme like that. Landry deserved better on how he went out with the Cowboys. I mean, they literally should have honored Tom Landry. He is the pioneer. As much as Jerry Jones is a pioneer of the marketing side of the NFL, Tom Landry is a pioneer as it pertains to play design and play calling, both offensively and defensively in this league. So I'm not going to give that to you, bro. This is not a new franchise. I don't know how old you are. This is not a new franchise. They were winning Super Bowls before Jerry Jones. They had a better quarterback before Troy Aikman. I'm sorry. There is no quarterback in this franchise better than Roger Staubach. This team already had legacy. This team was already legendary. This team was already historical. Let's not even say those types of things. No. Jerry Jones did not make the Dallas Cowboys. In actuality, Jerry Jones bought the Dallas Cowboys. Did the best thing he could do. He turned them back into a winning organization because I think it had been a 13, 14-year drought. He comes in. He brings in Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy builds the team. They make the Herschel Walker trade. It's a non-salary cap era. You can basically go out and get whatever player that you were willing to pay the most for. And they built a super team, fired Jimmy, coasted, and won a third one when it got Dion in between that. Won a third one when Barry Switzer, because Jerry wanted to prove anybody could win with the team. Of course they could, that Jimmy built. It's strange you're talking about this and you say this, and it's been all downhill ever since. 29-year drought and counting. Stop it. Just stop it. Dak's rookie year with Zeke, he was cooking. Aaron Rodgers derailed us, though. You want to know what's so crazy? You can't read about what you said. And in that game, it is well documented. Aaron Rodgers threw the play away that Mike McCarthy sent in. He said it was trash. They said Aaron Rodgers drew up a play right there on the field and beat the Dallas Cowboys. Absolutely insane. And don't forget the refs, okay? Bilal K. Jerry Jones not won since he fired Jimmy Johnson. Just said it. I know that's oblivious and old news, but guess who doesn't know that? And this team has been exactly the same. It's been exactly the same. I don't know where you're getting your percentage from, but that's a bold-faced lie. That is a bold-faced lie to say he had a run game 86% of his career. That is a bold-faced lie. Kevin Reed, he's a decent backup. That's all. Yeah, he is. I'll give you that. He is. A marketing business that plays football on the side. That's it. And what Jerry is doing right now, I want y'all to think about how crazy this is. We're talking about our team, and we're playing for absolutely nothing. Mike Fisher asked this question, and I thought it was so powerful. Mike Fisher said, he didn't ask a question, he made a comment. He said, I'm not sure of us beating the Panthers, and he mentioned another team. So let's throw in the Bucs. The Panthers and the Bucs. So we're saying we're creating a winning mentality when we were actually already winning. So the winning mentality is based around not winning a championship. This is my part I'm adding. The winning mentality is based around not winning a championship, but around Mike McCarthy? Are we hearing this? Let me let you hear Shannon Sharp.
One of the biggest detriments to greatness is expectations. You see, when you don't have any expectations, look at the Cowboys when they had no expectations versus when they had expectations.
Did I not say this just 3 days ago? You play different. You play different when you're playing for nothing, when you're playing the spoiler, when you're playing for pride. You play different. You ever notice that? You're playing with house money. When I understand what it means when you're playing with house money, because you're playing with money that you won. You get to put your money back in your pocket, and now you get to play with money that you won. You're actually not losing. Now you don't mind. You come in the casino with $1,000. You win $120,000. You put your $1,000 back in your pocket. And where now you were rolling for $100 a roll. Maybe you were running for $50 a roll. You win that $120,000. Hey, man, no big deal. I'm going to put $1,000 on this roll. Who cares? I'm going to put $5,000 on this roll, $10,000 on this roll. You know why? I'm playing with house money. Man, I'm wild and loose. You play a lot different when you're playing on your last $100. Now you asking people, can you blow on the dice for me? Can you pray for me? Now you looking at this thing a whole lot different. Everybody talking about, hey, K, come on and roll. You like, wait, hold on a second. Now you real careful when you putting that $25 chip, because you know now, because I'm about to go, if I miss this, now I'm going to 75. Boy, you playing a whole lot different when you playing with your money. That's the difference. When you're not playing with expectations, you're just out there doing your thing, man. when you're playing from a position of dominance and superiority, you play different. Because when you're better than teams, when you know, hey, man, I don't care if we get a turnover or not. I don't care if we get 1 interception, 2 interceptions or not. I don't care what happened today. We're better than this team. All we got to do is go out here and beat the brakes off of them. We're going to beat them man to man. We don't need to be a blood red moon. We don't need Jordan Lewis doing cartwheels in the end zone, getting incredible interceptions. We don't need none of that stuff. We line up and we beat you. Why? Because we're superior. We play different. But when we're not superior, when we know the other team has a chance of beating us, we play different. When the moment is too big, we play different. There's nothing left to play for. And now we're saying we're giving maximum effort? Shame on us. Because if you tell me that playing for a man's job is more important than playing for a championship, and your effort in the playoff games that we've seen this team in, this team has not been doing this. We've seen a player or two acting like this, but not the team, not even the coach. But when it's all about Mike, this is how we playing. Shannon is telling you the same thing that I've been saying. Drop some more signs on them, Shannon. They ain't listening to me.
To start the season, guys. Now, all of a sudden, they have nothing to play for. They can throw caution to the wind. Oh, they're winning. I'm glad the way he kept the team together. The leadership. Where was the leadership in the first 10 games?
I'm just letting you just all digest that. I've been seeing the same stuff. Before I ever even heard Shannon say this, saying the same stuff. Jerry Jones is a snake oil salesman. It's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous what we're doing. And this fan base and the people who argue this stuff, it's insane what we're doing. We're acting like we're watching a different Cooper Rush. We're acting like we're watching a different Michael Parsons. We're acting like we're watching a different Mike McCarthy. No, we're watching all the same stuff. We're watching the same Michael Parsons. Marlon Brando talks about Dak racking up stats against bad teams. You ever want to go look at Michael Parsons' stats between the average teams versus the good teams? Go look, it'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind when you start looking at big games. It will blow your mind. We're watching the same stuff. Watching the same stuff.
Where was the leadership in the first 12 games? There was none. Now, all of a sudden, if you thought so highly of him, why did you give him a contract extension?
He's asking all the right questions. He's asking the same questions I've been asking. Who's Jerry trying to convince? Who? Who is Jerry trying to convince? He's already fooled most of the fan base. He's already fooled most of the fan base. Most of the fan base are already in on this. Jerry is, I'm telling you, I can see why Jerry is a billionaire. I can see exactly why this man's a billionaire. Jerry done turned this whole season around. And I'm not talking about winning. Jerry Jones has turned this whole season back around Because he's now got people talking about the Cowboys again, going to the games again, watching the games with hope, not even realizing what you're watching. They're playing for nothing. And we're bragging about the fact that Mike McCarthy got professional grown men with contracts on the line. Mike got them playing hard. What? It's crazy. Gabe said, how much credit should Kellen Moore get for a successful offense? Arguably the best running back and best offensive line in the NFL. Vic Fangio's got his fingerprints on defense. Think they winning in spite of the coach. Gabe, they're a team. They're a team. This is what we're missing. This is exactly what I'm telling us. This is what we're missing. It's amazing what you just brought up. Great observation. You notice what we keep saying? We keep looking at different parts of the Eagles team. And we can say that there's a part that is good. We can say there's a part that is bad or mediocre. We can say all these things. Watch this. Let me tell you what you're not going to say. You're not going to say the Eagles, you're not going to say the Eagles owner is bad. You want to know where the team starts? Somebody in the chat, find me one person that'll tell me Howie Roseman is a bad GM. Find that person for me. I'm going to tell you they're on drugs. I'll tell you they're on drugs. Find me a person that'll tell you that Howie Roseman is a bad GM. Find me a person that's going to tell me that Nick Sirianni, you might say you don't like him, but is he a bad coach? Nick Sirianni has a mentality that if you're the opposite or you're the opposing team, you can't stand him. But he also has a mentality that if he's your coach, you have nothing but respect for him. Because Nick Sirianni, man, he will get down in the dirt. This dude is a dog. He's a dog. See, we keep going to the players on the Eagles. I'm not going to the players yet. When I look at great organizations, I'm not going to the player first. I want to know what that ownership looks like. What does that GM look like? Because what that owner look like and what that GM look like is going to tell you what that coach look like. And when I know what those three look like, now I know what this quarterback and this team look like. I know what they look like. And that's why I'm telling y'all, man, we can say anything we want to say about Jalen Hurts. His team is better than ours. Quarterback's not better than ours. The team is better than ours. And if the team is better than ours, and Jalen Hurts is not no average quarterback. We got to stop thinking like that. He's not an average quarterback. Jalen Hurts is a good, and depending upon who you ask, he's a good to great quarterback. He's a good to great quarterback. This dude can hit you in all kinds of ways. There ain't a lot that can do it. He can hit you with the run. He can hit you with the goal line. He can hit you with the pass. I'm sorry. You can tell me that he's not this, that, and the other, but I can tell you what he is. That joker can hit you all kinds of ways. And I'm telling you, man, Jalen Hurts, about 3 to 4 times a game, he makes a throw and you go, he's not supposed to make that throw. But he does. He does. The Eagles have a really good team, top to bottom. They do. D-Block, I said it. Anybody who tells me anything about Cooper Rush, I'm going to tell you, he's been out there 3 times. Nobody wanted him. He's got another opportunity coming up. His contract is up. And if Cooper Rush is what everybody's saying he is, even if he doesn't get a starting job, there is no way that Jerry Jones gets to bring this man back again for 2 packages of ramen noodles. There is no way he gets to bring him back like that again. Let me let you hear Shannon Sharp, and then I'm going to read some more of your comments.
And what has he done to want to make you think now he's the guy to lead us into the future? I'm confused. You don't make the playoffs, and you're thinking about keeping him.
Say it again, Shannon. Say it again. He don't make the playoffs, and we're applauding him more than what we did when he won 12 games in 3 seasons in a row. What are we? What? This is ludicrous. Only in Dallas. Only in Dallas. Only in Dallas, man. Jerry Jones got us thinking all kinds of crazy ways. Bilal says, thank you. Gabe, leaving out hurts, bro. Bro, no teams want Cooper Rush. Man, I'm telling you, man, this dude, Shannon Sharp, is dropping nothing but atomic bombs. Atomic bombs. Chenard says, Jerry will always be a problem. Boys get used to it. Too cheap to bring players in. Chenard, let me add to this. He too cheap to bring a coach in, too. Mike McCarthy and this coaching staff. I've learned something about people with money. Hang around them long enough. You'll see why them jokers have money. They'll be making all the money in the world, and them jokers will be stingy. I mean, they'll be so stingy, they'll barely give you a nickel. Jokers be stingy, man. Do you know there's no salary cap on coaches? This year, the Cowboys got rated as being worth $10.1 billion. You do know the coaching staff. Their salaries, and all of that figures into that, right? How do you have the most popular sports franchise in the world? It's worth more than any sports franchise in the world. But when it comes to your coaches, you go as cheap as you can. You're cheap even in free agency. And you actually have a salary cap and a way that you can work the salary cap. But you don't even do that. How do you be worth more than any other team in the league and you be this cheap? We're a marketing firm that plays football. That's all I can tell you. Cooper Rush has an auto. Marlon Brando, bro, I'm sorry, bro. You gotta be, man, you gotta be saying some of the craziest stuff. So explain to me how being the backup quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys is a sweet deal. Explain that to me. You're winning no Super Bowls. You've won 2 playoff games. Last time I checked, Cooper Rush didn't have a podcast. Last time I checked, when I look in the broadcast booth, the quarterbacks that I see in the broadcast booth are the starting quarterbacks for teams, for the most part, not the backup quarterbacks of the Dallas Cowboys. Let me see who's out there right now. Troy Aikman, starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Tony Romo, starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Who's been in most of the commercials over the last few years? Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys. Man, we got to stop this. Marlon Brando, come on, bro. I like you, man, but you got to stop throwing this stuff out there. The backup quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys is a sweet deal? What? Y'all better than, y'all know more than me. Who's the backup quarterback for Tony Romo? What are we talking about? Who were the... I'm sorry, that's crazy. You're not getting anything more on the Dallas Cowboys than you're going to get on any other team. There was no other team that wanted him. The Giants cut him. Bilal said Jerry Jones kills this team every year because he doesn't know how to build a champion. Nope. Offense tells tickets, but defense wins championships. That's why Dan Quinn hightailed it out of here. Dan Quinn didn't want no more part of this. And Dan Quinn, when he said this, he meant it. And he was talking to Jerry Jones. I wanted to go to a team that wanted to win. Draft capital, don't mind spending money. It's exactly what he's talking about. Put Howie on Cowboys. He'd have a hard time putting a championship team together. Eagles players want it more than the Cowboys players. Can't argue with you there. But you know what? I don't think he would have a hard time putting a team together, though, Real Fan One, if Jerry would allow him to do what the owner of the Eagles is allowing him to do. He turned football over to him. The same way Jerry did when he had Jimmy. He turned football over to him. Freddie said the fact the fans took the Jones statement, we're going. Freddie, man, I'm telling you, I can see why Jerry's a billionaire. I can see exactly why Jerry's a billionaire. Man, Jerry deserves an applause. Jerry turned this team in a season from boycott the Cowboys, fire Jerry Jones, to now we're going to owe Jerry Jones an apology. We're going to owe Jerry Jones an apology. Because what he did, in actuality, if we're saying what we're saying, then had this team stayed healthy, he'd be right. Carl Brown, what's going on? He says, gee, you got many doing this just to gain an audience. It's crazy. I don't understand it. Shanard said, rush comfortable, and we'll take what Jerry will pay him. Shanard, you preaching, and I'm telling you, a part of this issue of them keeping Mike McCarthy, think about this, even Jerry Jones is comfortable with Mike McCarthy. Man, my uncle, I have an uncle named Uncle Gary. I call him Uncle Gary. Uncle Gary said it best. Where is Jerry Jones gonna find another yes man like Mike McCarthy? I don't know if he'll find another one like him. I don't know if he'll find another one like Mike. Mike is the ultimate yes man. Gabe said, you're right about Diggs. I didn't consider the severity of his knee. It's bad, man. It's bad. With that said, it falls on the Joneses for paying him all that money like they paid Zeke, and it handicaps the cap spending. And you know, it makes me wonder sometimes too, because the Joneses do things like, it seems like they encourage players to play injured, come back from injuries early. Maybe this is why they pay them when they're injured, because they know that they're a part of the reason why their injury is as bad. I don't know, because they seem to pay these players when they're injured too. But Trayvon Diggs, we're going to be stuck with Trayvon Diggs for a couple of years. And I think the Cowboys are going to try to do whatever they can to let Diggs come back. Yeah, and you know what, though? And I'll tell you this, Real Fan. You know why we have cap issues? The Joneses. They don't know how to manage the cap. Jerry even admitted it. He even admitted as much. He doesn't know how to manage the cap like these other teams do. Jerry, it's the equivalent of someone. If you're a person that has your own business and you make a lot of money and you do a lot of different things with deductions and receipts and traveling, unless you have an MBA, I think that's what it's called, please don't do your own taxes. You're probably costing yourself money. You know what you do when you start making money and you have a business? You go out and get a tax specialist to do your doggone taxes so they can get you the right deductions, so that they can save you money, so that they can help you with all kinds of ways so you don't get in trouble with the IRS. That's what you do. Jerry and Steven don't know how to manage the cap. It's obvious. They don't know how to manage it. Yep. Yes, you're right, G. He did too. Yep. I'm telling you. Staubach, the comeback kid. Man, I'm telling you, Staubach was an absolute beast. Boy, I'm laughing at this one, Freddie. You said the fact that they were going all in the red with it. Man. I'm telling you, I know why Jimmy a billionaire. Jimmy Johnson made this team. Yep, what it became after Tom Landry made us a dynasty. And Jerry did something because he had to. Jerry had to make the Cowboys back. He had to bring them back to winning. You remember what he said when he took the team over? We must win games. There is no substitute for winning. And Jerry Jones literally said, Super Bowl or bust by everything he did. Jerry Jones was determined to get to the Super Bowl. And he did it. He got Jimmy. Jimmy knew football. Jimmy knew players. Made the Herschel Walker trade. Jimmy and Jerry. Based on Jimmy knowing players. Parlayed that into nothing but draft picks, star players, Hall of Fame players, some 59 players from the Herschel Walker trade. And they made history. And now Jerry won't do it because he's got the Cowboys exactly where he wants them. The most valuable sports franchise in the world. And I bet you Jerry brags about that to all his business partners. And if he can do that for the Dallas Cowboys without winning, imagine what he can do for your business. And I'm telling you, man, Jerry is a great businessman. He's not a good football man. Yes, Roberto, Tom Landry, you better believe it. Gee, one can say Danny Wright was better than Troy with that team Troy had. Woo! You better stop saying that. Folks will fight you for that. Folks will fight you for that. I'm telling you. It's been a drought up in this thing. Robert said, man, come on. Robert said, how's that the fans' fault? Hey, man, I can't blame him. I'm just telling you, man. Jerry, there's a reason why this dude is a billionaire, man. There's a reason why he's a billionaire, man. Don't beat yourself up. He's a billionaire. The team was failing, and so was the whole franchise. I mentioned as much, Marlon. I mentioned as much. Yes. Jerry came in and made a lot of necessary changes. The problem is he should have did Landry better than he did going out the door. Jerry could have did a whole lot better. And that's why a lot of people got mad at Jerry. But Jerry, again, I absolutely love Jerry as an owner. I love what he's brought to the game. I love a lot of the innovations that he's brought. But the part of Jerry I don't like is the GM. I don't like the GM Jerry. Jerry wasn't GM Jerry as bad as he is with Jimmy. Jerry had no clue what he was doing. Jimmy showed him how to do this thing. But the problem is he got so arrogant he thought he could do it without Jimmy. And now we've seen how that worked out. Freddie said, I hate it when we say Jimmy did this and Jimmy did that. No, you know what I keep saying? Jimmy and Jerry. Jimmy and Jerry did it. They did it together. Because at the end of the day, even when we're talking about Howie Roseman, we're still giving the owner credit because, as I keep explaining, teams are built from the top down. And when you have an owner who will let the GM do his thing and then bring him the players and he signs off on the dotted line, that's them doing that. That's them doing that. They're doing that. Andy Reid brings things to his GM and his owner, and they do that. They do that. And that was the problem. Jerry had a problem with exactly what you're saying, Freddie. Jerry was too arrogant and was mad because people were saying Jimmy was the majority of the reason that they did it. So if we do something together as a team, does it matter who's doing what percentage? So the reality of the situation is this simple. So if we're winning as a team, is the owner doing the most or the players doing the most? Is the players doing the most or the coach doing the most? The coach gives the X's and the O's, but it takes the Jimmy and the Joes to do the play. They're the one doing the executing on the field. It's everybody. But the issue is the percentage of who is doing what. That's not important. It's not important. Everybody just needs to do their part, no matter how small it is. Could you walk without your pinky toe? Yeah, you could. But would you want to? Can you run the same without your pinky toe? Can you do everything the same without your pinky toe? You might could figure it out. But your foot is designed to have 5 toes. And from the least to the greatest, this is when you know you're building a team. It is not about the least or the greatest. It's about the whole. The team does it. And Jerry's problem is he became what he hated. So you say you hate if Jerry's zero to do with the building, the 90 Super Bowl winning teams, just who the heck you people think paid those players Jimmy brought into Dallas. So let's go back to what you just said and use that in reverse. And this has been Jerry Jones' problem. Jerry wants this team to win because of him. He wants it to win because of him. He doesn't want that Jimmy Johnson effect anymore. But let me tell you something about the Kansas City Chiefs owner. Have you noticed they don't have this problem? They don't have any problem with us talking about Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes all the time. Have you noticed the owner for the Eagles? He doesn't have any problem with anybody saying who's winning what. Have you noticed that every other team, the owner is not concerned about people saying the owner did this and the owner did that? Did you ever notice Robert Kraft didn't have those issues? Kraft didn't have an issue with everybody saying that it was Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. He doesn't have those issues. Why does it have to be Jerry Jones? As long as Jerry Jones has that attitude, you'll never win. We'll never win as a franchise. Roberto, he wants to be the face of the franchise. He does. He wants to be the face of the franchise. He wants to be the face of the franchise. Freddie said once thought they should have waited to see what exactly he was going to do and not jump to conclusions. The issue is Jerry wants to have so much credit. But if you look at these teams who are winning, again, does anybody know the name of the Kansas City Chiefs owner? I bet if we took a poll, I bet you 90% of the people wouldn't know who the Kansas City Chiefs owner is. They wouldn't know. That's what the good teams do. Their owner's not trying to be in the front. Their owner's not trying to be like P. Diddy, all up in the videos. That's not what the owner's trying to do on these other teams. They're not going in the locker room after every game, after every win, after every loss, giving a post-game interview outside the locker room. What other owner is doing that? He wants to be the face of the franchise, of which he is. He's the face of the franchise. No other team has that problem. They don't. They don't have that problem. Think about it. Cooper Rush is more popular in the NFL than some of all pros and Pro Bowlers. No, I'm going to hit you with another one. Cooper Rush is not popular because he's the backup. Because he's the backup in Dallas. You want to know why Cooper Rush is popular? Because he's the backup to Dak Prescott. And people keep using him against Dak Prescott. That's why Cooper Rush is a popular backup. But why would you want to be a popular backup because you're Dak Prescott's backup quarterback or you're the Dallas Cowboys backup quarterback? But he is not popular just because he's the backup quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. No, he's popular because people keep trying to play him against Dak Prescott with his 4-1 record when he had that 4-1 record. And now they're doing the same thing again. Ooh, he's won more games than Dak Prescott this season. I don't call that a sweet job because in the grand scheme of things, I don't want to be played against my starting quarterback. I don't want to be causing contention on my team. I don't want people to be using me like that. No, I don't think it's just about being the Dallas Cowboys. It's the drama. It's the drama. That's why he's popular. It's the drama and how people because they love this story. They love this story. The media even runs with this story. What's going on, Jeanette? How's it going? Happy holidays. Bilal said, even though we should have been tanking, oh man, let me tell you something. I'm laughing, Bilal. I'm laughing. Because there's a lot of people, Bilal, they're saying, oh man, draft picks don't matter. Wait until we get to the draft. Wait until we get to the draft. Wait until we get to the draft, Bilal. And then when we start seeing those top 15 players, those really good players that could have been a part of changing this team, when we start watching those players go off the field, we're going to be thinking about these draft picks. We're going to be thinking about them. You watch what I tell you. Bilal said Jerry's going to draft offensive linemen and tell you brain dead fans that the pick is a steal of the draft. Man, I'm telling you, you need to go in there and get a running back. Mike McCarthy needs to be put on notice if he stays on this team. Run the ball. Even with Dak Prescott, run the ball. Do what you did with Troy Aikman. Make your team a run-heavy team. Let Dak Prescott only throw the ball 20 to 25 times. And when he throws it those 20 to 25 times, he'll rack up 250, 300 yards, 2-3 touchdowns per game, sometimes even 4. And when you need him, he will be able to pull out some of the games that maybe when it's not working. That's what you do. Freddie says, when you're the owner of the team, I follow says, we're going out. I want to see what he does instead of jump to conclusions. Yeah, I'm telling you, though, Jerry had everybody in on that, man. He had everybody crazy. Tanking is for losers. Play to win and draft the best player of need. Well, like I said, Marlon, that's all easy to say until you get to that draft. Kevin Reed said McCarthy should have had his butt packing after last year. This is the exact point that even Shannon Sharp is making. Why did he have to play out this season when you knew you were going to strip him of players? So he wasn't going to be the same team. He wasn't going to be able to achieve the same thing. So why would you do all of that and then say do more with less? And then if you do more with less, we'll sign you back. When he's already won 12 games, 3 seasons in a row. It makes no sense. It actually makes no sense, man. It is crazy talk. It is absolutely crazy talk. Gabe said, Roger the Dodger. I remember him in those Super Bowls, G, beating Dolphins and Broncos and giving the Steelers all that. Man, I'm telling you. Roger was crazy with it, man. All they could handle and then some. Tom Landry swag, pre-Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones. Man, that dude, Tom Landry, was nothing but class. Suit on the sideline, brim on his head. Man, dude was nothing but class, man. The real fans say they need a coach to get them to the Super Bowl. Do you prefer McCarthy, Gailey, or Dave Campo? Neither of the three. Neither of the three. I would figure out maybe Ben Johnson. I would get him the players that he wants. And we'd go at it. I mean, we would. Not to mention, let's see who is available after the season all shakes down. You haven't signed Mike McCarthy yet. And if you're not going to sign him now, after everything you keep gushing about him, if you're not going to sign him now, well, what's the rush? Let's see what shakes down even after the Super Bowl. Have we ever thought the San Francisco 49ers, there's been some talk that maybe they depart with Kyle Shanahan? I don't know why, but teams get tired of winning. They have a bad season and they're done. But Kyle Shanahan has done pretty much. What more could you ask him to do? I mean, Shanahan has basically lost some games because of the play on the field and not the play calling. He's great at situational football. He's great at putting his players in positions to win. I mean, Kyle Shanahan is eons better than Mike McCarthy. Eons better. I don't care if Mike McCarthy does have one Super Bowl. I'll take Kyle Shanahan any day of the week and any other day you make up over Mike McCarthy. Kyle Shanahan has went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. Mike McCarthy has only won one Super Bowl between Aaron Rodgers and Dak Prescott. No, I'm taking Kyle Shanahan. I would wait and see. You haven't signed him yet? So why rush? Wait and see how everything is going to shake down. See what coaches are going to be available. Look at some of these wins. Look at some of these teams. Look at some of their assistants. Sit down and make a very educated decision based upon not being a prisoner of the moment, not being a prisoner of the last half of the season. Don't be a prisoner of the moment. Don't let the media tell you what to do. You go out here, you break these numbers down. You look at everything in totality, situations, not just numbers, but situational football, clock management, player motivation. Look at all these things. When did the turn come? Oh, when they found out he was going to get fired? I'm sorry. That's not a good enough reason for a team to be on fire to me. I don't see what everyone else sees. I don't see everyone trying to keep a man's job, because I can remember when they were trying to keep Tom Coughlin's job, they were not trying to keep Tom Coughlin's job just because they liked him, because a lot of people were saying that Tom Coughlin was a very hard coach. He was old school. He was a very hard coach. They didn't just like him, they respected him. They wanted to win the chip for him. And they were not delusional playing with all backups. No, they were playing with starters. They were not doing that stuff. It's a whole different situation. And so when I think about Mike McCarthy, hey, there's no point in rushing, real fan. I mean, because what's stopping you from signing him now? And like Shannon said, if you didn't sign him after the 3 12-win seasons, what more do you need to see after you strip them down to the players? Because he's definitely not going back to where he was before. So with all that being said, if you haven't signed him to this point, and if you didn't sign him after this game, because the way Jerry is gushing about him right now, we need to hear an announcement tomorrow. We need to hear an announcement on Friday or Saturday. And if we're not going to hear that announcement after this game, and I'm telling you, let us get blew out again by Philadelphia. What's the consensus going to be then? Does the fan base change its mind again? Does Jerry go away? I mean, and it seems to me that Jerry wants these players to keep playing hard, and he keeps backing Mike McCarthy. But what happens if you get blew out the last 2 games? What if Philly and the Commanders both blow us out? What's the consensus then? You finish the season, 7-10. What's the consensus then? It's like we're being prisoners of the moment. Let's not be a prisoner of the moment. You haven't signed him yet. Let him finish the season. And then you really go out and see what's out there. See what's out there. See what's out there, I'm telling you. Robert says Jerry's become insulated by his money and length of ownership. Yep, he's not the same Jerry who used to wheel and deal. He's not even close. I'm with you, Robert. He's not even close. He's not even close. Remember, Marlon says, remember, Michael's best game of his career was against Patrick Mahomes, and the offense put up 3 field goals. Boy, you went in there and really tried to research that. Boy, you wouldn't really research that, did you? You said it was the best game of his career was against Patrick Mahomes, and the offense put up 3 field goals. Yeah, you got me one game, but I'm telling you, man, just go back and look at just go back and look at Micah Parsons, man. This is not a secret. Everybody knows this, Marlon. It's not a secret, man. It's not. Kevin said, look at Washington. They get rid of their owner, Dan Snyder. All of a sudden, they are a player. Now, Kevin Reed, let me piggyback on what you said. Dan Quinn wanted to go to a team that wanted to win. Where did I say winning starts? It starts with the owner. They got a new owner. It starts with the GM. I'm not sure who that is. Then you get the coach, Dan Snyder. Changes the culture. What does Dan Snyder do? He gets his quarterback, Jaden Daniels. I wonder how the Chicago Bears feel now. He got Jaden Daniels. And now they're not putting players on the Commanders team. Nope. Dan is building a team. Dan Quinn is building a team. And they are going to be something to be reckoned with in another season or two as they continue to add more players. And y'all better get ready. Some of these Cowboys players that we've been talking about, these Cowboy players on these contracts, get ready. Some of those players will be playing for Dan Quinn. Because Dan Quinn actually helped us develop some of these players. Dan Quinn isn't just going for our players for sabotage. Dan Quinn is going for our players because Dan Quinn is also partially responsible for helping develop some of the players that we have. Gee, maybe Jerry's waiting for Christmas tomorrow to give Mike McCarthy an extension. You know what? You laughing, but you might be right. Yep, not going to happen, but I wanted to get a laugh. Hey, you know what? You could be right. Jerry's one of these people, though. He's very calculated. Jerry waits for opportune times to do things. He does. So we'll see when and if he does. But I'll say this again. There's no point in being in a hurry. You hadn't signed him to this point. And it sounds like to me that's maybe what Jerry is doing. Jerry is selling us on something that he may not be buying. Maybe he wants to see what may be out there, what his opportunities are, because he still has the opportunity to get Bill Belichick. And Troy Aikman, and I saw somebody else talking about it. Here comes the Deion Sanders talk again. I don't understand it, but here it comes again. Lone Star, I think that's what he's working on. Dak is finding a way to get his mobility back. That's exactly what he's working on. I said it early on when Dak first got hurt. Dak needs to do what Patrick Mahomes does. Man, I'm telling you something. I got so much respect for Patrick Mahomes, not only because he's from my hometown area, but I also got a lot of respect for Patrick Mahomes because Patrick Mahomes puts in the work on his body and his skill set. He actually has an agility coach, and he works him out on his running and his moves, his mobility, his agility. And Dak Prescott needs to follow suit and do the same thing. He's got to get that body back stretched out so he can start back doing some of the things that he used to do. He'll never be able to do them like he did before, but he does need to get to the point to where he can do some of those things again. Jerry Jones said he would let someone else be the GM of this team, but he doesn't believe someone else can fail his. Yeah, I remember when he said that. He said, can't nobody get deals done like me. Jerry ain't getting deals done. Jerry said no other GM can lose. Yeah, he didn't say that, but he did say it. Howie Roseman is the opposite of Jerry Jones. Yep. He went all in this season getting, Yep. I said it too. Howie Roseman has to be the GM of the year, and he could be GM of the year 2 or 3 years in a row. He's been doing it that good. He went all in, and so did the Detroit Lions. They went all in. They did. We won't do it. Hurts has an elite quarterback. Well, Hurts is the quarterback, I thought. I don't think Hurts is an elite quarterback. I mean, you're probably one of few people that'll say he's elite. I won't call him elite, but he's good. He's good, and some will say great. He could play on my team. You pair him up with a running game, and he's absolutely dangerous, and that's what we're watching. Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley are going to hurt teams in this playoffs. They are. They're going to hurt teams in all kinds of ways, and I don't think we're understanding the Philadelphia Eagles are built in a way to where they can win all kinds of ways. Running back, check. Running quarterback, check. Wide receivers, quarterback giving them the ball, check. Tight end, check. Defense can hold you in check. Check. I mean, they can beat you in all kinds of ways. All kinds of ways. They're going to put a hurt on some teams in the playoffs. They are. But I like the way the Detroit Lions. I also like the route the Detroit Lions went. Would anybody say that Jared Goff is better than Jalen Hurts? Be some strong arguments in there for either way. Jared Goff's not a mobile quarterback. You know what they did? We don't need you to be mobile. Go get him 2 running backs. That's what you do. You don't worry about what your quarterback is not. We're the only team that makes that dumb argument. We're not worried about what you're not. We know what you are. And what you're not, we'll fill in the blank. That's what you do. Yep, no salary cap for coaches. Their contracts are fully guaranteed. Yep. And how do you be the most valuable franchise? But you have one of the lowest payrolls for your coaches in football. Marlon says, I'm just being honest. Dak is a good quarterback, so is Hurts. Difference is Hurts is a certified TD from 1 to 2 yards. Now, I give you that. I can't argue with you. Where Dak, to me, is better at reading, Hurts is, he doesn't have to necessarily read. Hurts can hurt you in 2 different ways. He is what Dak was in his rookie season. Dak body didn't hold up because of a drop hip tackle that broke his ankle, and Dak is already slew-footed, and when he dropped hip tackled him, that foot broke towards the outside, and that's why that ankle was turned like that, and Dak hasn't been as mobile. I don't want to say he hasn't been as mobile, because I'm thinking that when Dak came back in that Tampa Bay game, Dak was getting busy with his foot game. But for whatever reason, it seems like there's times when Dak has not been as mobile. And I think Dak will try to get back to that. I don't think he'll ever get back to that. They're going to have to go in, and I said it before, I don't think they should just get 1 running back. I think they should get 2. I think this team has got to convert itself to what Troy Aikman and the Cowboys were under Jimmy Johnson. They need to convert this team to a power run game. Just convert it to a power run game. Build up your offensive line. Get you, I don't think we'll ever see another running back do what those guys did back in the day. Get you not 1, but get you 2 running backs. And you let them be, you let that line in those running backs. That's how you win, in the trenches. Build your defensive line. Win in the trenches. Your quarterback is good enough. You got a wide receiver. He's great. Get him another wide receiver. Basically, we're talking about building a team just like the Philadelphia Eagles did. And Howie Roseman is actually a throwback to these older teams, because this is how the older teams, they built their teams. Offensive line, check. Running back, check. 2 wide receivers, check. Tight end, check. Defensive line, check. I mean, that's how they built their teams. I mean, we're really going back to what's old is new. Cowboys within this next 3 years. They're going to have to do this with Dak Prescott. If not, I mean, Dak is only going to be the highest paid quarterback in history with no Super Bowls. It'll be a travesty. James said the Packers will pass the Cowboys for the most playoff appearances this year. Wow. Didn't know that. But they've been a very storied franchise too. Very historical franchise too. They had a dynasty at once upon a time too. They actually had a sweep that nobody could stop way back in the day. Mike McCarthy is a Super Bowl winner. Why would you need the players to save your job? A seasoned coach, really? Change what you are doing and get down and dirty or walk away. Yep. That's why, it's like what we're saying. It's like Jerry is trying to convince himself. It seems to me everyone else is convinced other than me and some of y'all and Shannon Sharp, but the majority is convinced. Who is he trying to convince?
When you go 12-5 for 3 consecutive years, you don't extend him. Am I missing something? Guys, hey, I understand I didn't graduate magna cum laude. I graduated thank you, Lordy. But what am I missing, guys?
Thank you, Lordy. Thank you, Lordy.
It's funny that he says that because I actually did graduate magna cum laude. My sons always make fun of me for it, too. It's funny. But it doesn't matter if you graduated magna cum laude or not. You got to make it make sense. Why did you need this season to determine whether or not you were going to sign Mike McCarthy? But according to Jerry Jones, he wanted to create an atmosphere to where it was a sense of urgency, and it didn't seem to work. Jason Garrett was our backup quarterback too. Okay, you got me on Jason Garrett, but he's on TV because he's our coach. There it is. There's the but. Yeah, he was a coach. So it's a little bit different for Jason Garrett. Yeah, when he became the head coach, that solidified it for him. And I think that's one of the reasons why you'll never get, I don't think they'll ever get, now that he done got that TV money, Kevin Reed, I don't think you will ever get him back to coaching. Once Jimmy got that coaching money, got that TV money, Jimmy didn't want no more coaching either. Gabe said Jalen deserves his flowers too. We saw that the Eagles look like without him Sunday. Woo! Man. He's a true leader of that team, and he challenges his head coach. He does. And he does. He butts head with his team too. He does. Yeah, Jalen Hurts is a great leader. I got to give it to him. He is. He is. I like what he's doing. Kyle Orton was happily the backup for Tony Romo for like 4 years. Man, you had to remind me because I'm like, I don't even remember any other backup quarterback. But I tell you this morning, Brando, I always tease my sons because I always say, the reality is it's not even about the Dallas Cowboys. Is it not the best job in football, the backup quarterback? Imagine being Patrick Mahomes' backup. You're never going to hardly play, but you're going to get a steady paycheck. Now me, I'm built different. If that is what it is to someone else like that, I don't want to be a career backup. I just wouldn't want that job. I got to play. I'm sorry, I got to play, man. But like I said, Jerry Jones is too backwards and stupid to understand that if you're the most expensive sports franchise in sports, you're losing. Imagine how valuable you would be if Jerry delivered the rings. That's what really turned the value up. He got 3 Super Bowl rings. Really helped him with the value. Yes, sir. Yeah, Jason Garrett on TV, he's a coach. Marlon Brando just keeps moving the target. I'm crying laughing. Boy, Marlon be throwing stuff out there, boy. He be coming with it. James said, what are they going to do with Trey Lance? I made a video about it the other day. I don't even understand what the Cowboys are doing. And this is my issue, James. I'm glad you brought this up. This is also my issue with Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones. This is all about Mike McCarthy. So you're telling me you got a wide receiver with an AC joint issue that could possibly require surgery after the season. You've been eliminated from the playoffs, and you're saying we're still going to play CD Lamb? Why not sit CD Lamb down for the rest of the season? Why not sit DeRon Bland down for the rest of the season? Continue to try to win. That's fine. But don't try to win at all cost when you could literally cost yourself a player. It's one thing when you're healthy and you're saying, no, I'm going to play. But when the player is not healthy, why? Why would it doesn't make sense with CeeDee Lamb? It doesn't make sense. Let one of the other wide receivers step up. Or are you afraid that without CeeDee Lamb, what you're going to look like? I just don't understand it. And I'm telling you, man, the Eagles, they got dog in them. They're going to be coming for CeeDee Lamb. They're going to be coming for CeeDee Lamb. And they're going to be determined for him not to last the rest of that game. They're going to do exactly what I would do if I was playing the Dallas Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb. Jams, blocking him I'm gonna try to block him every chance I get, or try to get him involved in the play where it's blocking. Even when he's not in the play, I'm going at him. Jams, double coverage, and they got the backs they got the corners that can do it. Tampa Bay didn't have the secondary that could do it. The Eagles have the secondary that can do it. And I'm gonna slam him on the ground every opportunity I get. Every catch he makes, I'm going to slam him on the ground. Not because I'm evil. It's football. You're going to come out here and you're going to tell me you got an injury and you're going to play anyway? I'm going to do everything short of trying to end your career. I don't want to end your career. But if you're going to come out here with a bum shoulder, get ready because I'm about to hit you in the shoulder. I mean, it's the nature of the game. It's the nature of the game. Robertson, and by the way, let's not forget Quinn did to ID against the Packers. Yep. Stephon Gilmore said he sold him out. He said he sold him out, changed up the entire defense for a playoff game. Said he sold him out. Yep, we played man in the secondary all year. How do you switch the zone in the playoffs? Stephon Gilmore said he sold him out. Kevin Edwards, what's going on? He said, I think they'll trade Diggs. Watch and see. Yeah, if they do, they probably won't get as much for him, though. I hate that for Diggs. I hope Diggs doesn't come back until he's fully healthy. Jared said, no player that is good is going to pass up being a starting quarterback to remain a backup. That makes no sense. Yeah, I'm with you. Right now, ESPN is saying Cooper Rush to the Dallas Cowboys. If that's not a sweet deal, I don't know what to tell you. Well, what they say is one thing, and what everybody do is another one. Because even when they said this about Cooper Rush in 2022, he became a free agent and nobody wanted him. Nobody offered the Cowboys nothing for him. Michael talked about how players all over the league want to come to Dallas. Lies. If they want to come to Dallas, they're not coming to win. They're coming to get popular. No team is coming here. No player is coming here to win. They're not. Jerry Jones is nothing more than an NFL talent vampire to the Cowboys players. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, they have to they have to do better with this whole thing with the personnel. And we got to stop being Marlon Brando, I understand what you're saying in this respect. You don't want people wanting to play for you because you're a popular team. That's not the reason why you want people to want to play. You want people to want to play for your team because you're a winning team. You're a winning team. Because it's going to get to the point, and it's getting to the point that teams are going to they're going to want to go to these other teams because they can get Super Bowls with them. Because that's really the reason why you want to be with a team. You want to go to a team and get Super Bowls. But we're the team people go to for popularity. And it's crazy. Bilal says, and now Jerry doesn't care because the dollars seem to be multiplying. Hey, man, let me tell you, Jerry turned the whole season around. And it's a shame. We're not talking about winning. We're not talking about playoff run. He turned the season around as in the perception of the team. James Taylor, yeah, you mentioned Gil Brandt. Someone else mentioned him, I think, before, too. Had some eye for talent on the team. Mike is wrong. The media constantly links players to Dallas when they're available. You almost never hear a player saying that. And you know what else is strange, Robert? It's almost like those people do that. They will say that the Cowboys are linked to that player because it's like it drives up the price on that player. It drives up the price. And so it's like they kind of use the Cowboys in a sense. They use them. Pull up the game when we played the Chiefs, and let's compare Dak's stats to Micah's stats. Well, hey, everybody's going to have a bad game, but Micah seems to have quite a few bad games. I don't have to go far back on Dak Prescott or Micah. I can look at Micah's 2 games already this season against the really good teams. I mean, he didn't look good against he registered zeros against the Bengals. That has nothing to do with Dak Prescott. He registered absolute zeros against a terrible defense. Look at the games this year, the better teams. He didn't register. Look at the Buccaneers. He looked totally different against the Buccaneers than he did against the Panthers. Those 2 tackles did a job on him. They really did. He didn't have a great game, and people say, "Oh, he didn't have a great game against the Bengals." You think? You think? They handled up on him. They really did. They handled up on him. The owner dollars won't win the game. The coach wins the game. And you know what? It's a whole, it has to stop from the top down. And our problem is we just don't have it coming from the top down. And when I have a owner talking about that a coach won't let the team not think they're playing for the Super Bowl, you're telling me he couldn't do that in the winning seasons? When we were literally in control of our destiny? He couldn't do that during the winning seasons? That's crazy to me. That is crazy talk. That is crazy talk to me. Yeah, he got more. Yeah. That was Jerry back then. That ain't Jerry now. Jay Recruiter, you said it before. Al Davis is his idol. M10, Big Shay Shay. There's a guy on YouTube. YouTube always make fun of, call him Shay Shay. Richard Owens, I believe that you have to sell hope, and that is what they are doing. Man, let me tell you something. There's nobody better at doing it to me than Jerry. But at the same time, Richard, not only do you have to sell it, but eventually it has to start materializing. Faith is the evidence. This is what the Bible tells us. Faith is the evidence of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So even if I don't see it, I need to see evidence that it's materializing. And the problem is we're being sold fool's gold because we're selling hope, and in reality, we're the same that we've always been. Now, if you want to sell hope, this is how you get it to materialize. One, you stay out of the business of the football, the football business, and you let those guys take care of business. Think about this. Get a real GM. That would be the hope materializing. Go out there and say, no, we are going to get Bill Belichick, because he would coach the Cowboys. He would coach the Cowboys. It's not him of why he's not coaching the Cowboys. It's Jerry, because Bill would coach the Cowboys. Ben Johnson would coach the Cowboys if Jerry would do the things he's supposed to do. You want hope to materialize. Yes, I agree. You have to sell it. You have to preach it. But you also have to materialize it. We have to start seeing evidence of the things that we're talking about. And the problem is right now we're not seeing a lot of the evidence of the things that we're talking about. Jay Recruiter, see, you up on it. And that's what I said, 90%. I had to put you and the nieces in there because y'all type people who will know stuff like that. Yeah, Clark Hunt is the owner. In all honesty, there are more owners I can't name off the top of my head to owners I can name. See, I can't hardly name any of them because they're not out there. Bilal, Jerry is P. Diddy. I mean, down to the all up in the locker room after the games. Creepy. Creepy, bro. I'm telling you. Freddie said Kraft was too big in the massage. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're talking about, though. Robert Kraft was in the media back when the Patriots was on top of the mountain. Yeah, but not quite like Jerry, though. Man, Jerry be out there just flossing, man. Jerry be out there flossing. Kraft wasn't making football decisions. Yeah. Games here. What's going on? Merry Christmas to you, too. Bilal, offensive lineman coming. Man, I tell you what, I don't mind them getting them doggone offensive linemen. I just don't want them to go in that first round again. Man, we got to get some skill players up in that first round. Kevin said, I don't like Mike McCarthy. Him and Jerry is all about making Dak look bad. We know Tyler Guyton is garbage. The minute Guyton was getting beat, they pulled him, and they would keep him with Dak. Yeah, I mean, they really did Dak a disservice with that line in the beginning of this season. They really did, man. Marlon Brando said, Trey Lance is happy to be here. He's smiling and he's engaged on the sideline. Man, let me tell you something, Marlon Brando. You better stop playing, man. Trey Lance is happy because he's still getting paid. The dude making $5 million. But don't you think for a second he don't want to get on that field? Trey Lance wants to get on that field, man. He does. There is no way when you know you're more talented than Cooper Rush. He's more talented than Cooper Rush. The problem is he's not a better quarterback than Cooper Rush. He doesn't have the reps. He doesn't have a lot of the real-time games so that he can translate what's in his mind onto the field. He just needs more reps. But he's also happy he's getting $5 million. He's also going to be happy that I think there's going to be a team out there that's going to pay him. I think there's going to be a team out there that's going to pay him. Romo could have went to a few other teams and took less money to come to the Cowboys and was told he'd be third on the depth chart. You talking about after the Cowboys? Because I think there was some teams that wanted him to start. Kevin Reed, one Super Bowl with prime Aaron Rodgers. That's the part I can't fathom right there. Kevin Howard, Merry Christmas. Boy, we about 3 hours away? Only one Super Bowl. Man, I can't get. Willie T, what's going on? Man, yeah, I'm about to get off too. Yeah, man, I missed your input. But I'm thinking tomorrow, even though it's Christmas, I don't know what everybody's going to be doing. Probably going to do some kind of Christmas show too, whether it be early or late. I'm going to do a Christmas show tomorrow. It's not about McCarthy. Jerry Jones soap opera's person. Yeah, and Willie T, that's what I've been talking about the whole show. How teams are actually built from the top down. Owner, GM, coach, quarterback, team. And our problem is where we're broken is at the top. We're broke at the top. And where I'm concerned is that Mike McCarthy is like the greatest yes man to ever live. Bilal, you better say it. Any coach will have hell being here. Yep. Jerry Jones is always going to be breathing down their back. You know why? Because he doesn't want to happen what happened when Jimmy was here. Yep. LaQueen, what's going on? When Jason Garrett was asked about Mike McCarthy being signed, Jason said better win remaining games or he'll be gone like me, knowing the Joneses. Maybe that's why they're doing what they're doing. Because something ain't right. Because I'm sorry, I've seen enough. If you're going to sign Mike McCarthy, sign him. Richard said Dak had to deal with them playing musical chairs with the running backs and a bad defense. Yep. The 49ers struggles are karma for firing Steve Wilkes because he lost to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl like Robert Saleh did. Brock Purdy is not who they thought he was. Lost leverage with his contract. Yep. We fans watched Jason Garrett be here 9 years in mediocrity, and Jerry Jones was happy. As long as Jerry's happy, Fat Boy can stay. Man, that's crazy. Yep. Jerry believes that Jerry Best program. Man. Okay, give me some more. You said geometric progression. Okay. Cheyenne, what's going on? Merry Christmas. God bless you all. Same to you. God bless the Cowboys. McCarthy didn't have Diggs almost for 2 seasons now. Zach Martin, Michael Cooks, Bland, and Dak thus far. 7-8 is a damn good record. I had them going 10-7. I did too in the beginning of the year, if you ask me. I did too. So, again, Terrence, so this means that people are going to owe Jerry Jones an apology. They're going to owe Jerry Jones an apology then. Because we're basically saying that what he did and not bringing back a lot of those veterans, that this team still would have been a winning team. That's basically what we're saying. But I'm saying something deeper than that. I just think we're going to get the same result with Mike McCarthy no matter what we do. Unless we do something different. Quinn is out to win a ring. Jerry's trying to get graded for a reality TV show. Probably wind up getting it too. He's going to probably get some kind of award. I saw somewhere Brock Purdy wants $50 million a year. Yeah, because he ain't going to get 60. That's why. You're not getting that Dak Prescott contract. You can forget it. You're not getting that. We've kind of seen what it is. Jerry would love to have y'all talking about him tomorrow. Yeah, he's waiting for that opportune time. Kevin Bryant, appreciate you. Love this broadcast. It's just me. I'm tired of the Jerry Jones show. I'm embarrassed to wear my Dallas jersey. Yeah, I'm tired of the whole Jerry Jones show. It's crazy. It's crazy. And Jerry, like I said, his owner part is not the problem. It's his GM/coach part that's his problem. Freddie says, what people don't understand about Jerry is that he wants and likes it when a coach stands up to him. You earn his respect when you do that. But if you cower to him, he's got you. You're done. Well, like Mike is not standing up to him. This is the best coaching job, along with his first year when the whole O-line was decimated and Dak went down after the first 5 games. He's an excellent coach. I can't go with you there, because I'm not just going with what he's done with Dallas. This dude had prime Aaron Rodgers, man. He only had 1 Super Bowl. They let him go. When you let a coach go because he's basically vanilla, you know you'll never go any further with him. They cut this dude. They cut him. Washington Commanders cleaned house and got the guy who was responsible for Golden State Warriors dynasty. Yep. I seen him sitting up there in the booth. Jaden Daniels is like the love child of Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts. He may be that dude. Yep, they're building the team. They are, point blank. Some Cowboys will say Cooper Rush is better than both of them. Yeah. Terrence said the last coach to lead us to 3 consecutive winning seasons was Jimmy Johnson, Barry Switzer, and the legendary Tommy. Nah, man, I can't even put him in the same breath as those other guys. I can put him in the same breath with Barry Switzer. Barry Switzer just wrote Jimmy Johnson's team. He didn't even coach. I'm not even putting him in the same breath with Tom Landry and Jimmy Johnson, though. Can't do it. Brandon Carr's the reason we don't do free. Boy, man, I remember that Brandon Carr. Man, I remember that contract. Gee, let's do this thought through experiment. Let Dak Prescott walk or not play for a reason. Start Rush the whole season. Does the team get as far? Dak Prescott? No. Only way to prove Dak Rush thing. I would like to see Rush go to another team and start. Let's see what he looks like. Let him go to another team. Because he's not going to be the quarterback here unless Jack goes down for a whole season. Bilal, Jerry ordered him to stop running. Jerry also brought in Ezekiel Elliott. That ATL game is when Jerry told Dak, stop running. I remember he came on the radio and said, those running quarterbacks get hurt. Dak got hurt the very next game. All right. Believe that if they allow any coach to be in full control of the team, they will be different. I do too, Richard. For sure. For sure. All right, guys. I'm about to get out of here. Y'all have a Merry Christmas for all of y'all who do that. Happy holidays for all of you. Appreciate y'all being on. Appreciate the support. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.